Number 55. Shan Hornbeck. Shan Hornbeck disappeared on October 6, 2002, when he was just 11 years old. He was riding his bike to a friend's house in Richwoods, Missouri, when he was abducted by Michael Devlin, a pizza parlor manager with a sinister secret life. Devlin, under the pretense of asking for directions, lured Shan into his truck and kidnapped him. What followed was a 4-year nightmare during which Shan was kept captive in Devlin's apartment in Kirkwood, Missouri, just 60 miles from his hometown. In the immediate aftermath of his abduction, Shan was subjected to severe physical abuse as Devlin sought to break his spirit and instill fear. He was tied up, beaten, and threatened with death. Devlin made it clear that any attempt to escape or contact the outside world would result in dire consequences, not only for Shan, but also for his family. This initial period of intense fear and violence set the stage for the years of psychological captivity that would follow. Devlin created a new identity for Shan, introducing him as his son, Shan Devlin. This fictitious identity allowed Shan to attend school and interact with the community, albeit under the constant threat of harm. Living as Devlin's son, Shan was forced to adhere to a carefully controlled narrative. Devlin monitored his every move and maintained strict control over his interactions, ensuring that Shan could never reveal his true identity or otherwise seek help. Devlin employed a range of psychological tactics to maintain his control over Shan. By alternating between threats of violence and moments of apparent kindness, Devlin created a complex and confusing emotional environment. This manipulation deepened Shan's sense of helplessness and dependence, making escape seem impossible. Shan later described feeling as though he had no choice but to comply with Devlin's demands, despite the opportunities for contact with others that his daily life presented. One of the most insidious aspects of Shan's captivity was the way Devlin manipulated him into believing that any attempt to escape would put his family at risk. Devlin's threats were taken seriously by Shan, who, despite his moments of interaction with the outside world, remained too frightened to seek help. This psychological stranglehold was a key factor in Shan's long-term captivity. Shan's daily life during captivity was paradoxically both normal and profoundly abnormal. He attended local schools, made friends, and participated in community activities. To outsiders, Shan appeared to be a typical teenager living with his father. This facade of normalcy was a crucial element to Devlin's strategy to avoid detection. However, Shan's interactions were always closely monitored, and he lived under the constant fear of retribution if he revealed his true identity. Despite the public appearances, Shan's life was far from ordinary. He was subjected to repeated and lived under strict rules designed to prevent any escape attempts. The mental and emotional toll of this abuse was compounded by the isolation from his real family and the constant threat of violence. The turning point came in January 2007, when Devlin abducted another boy, 13-year-old Ben Ownby, in a similar manner to Shan's abduction. This bold move led to Devlin's downfall. Ben had just gotten off the school bus in Beaufort, Missouri, and witnesses reported seeing a white truck speeding away from the scene of the abduction. This provided a crucial lead to law enforcement. The circumstances surrounding Shan's disappearance remained a mystery for years. His family never gave up hope, continuing their search and keeping his case in the public eye. On January 12, 2007, police executed a search warrant at Devlin's apartment. In what would later be called the Missouri Miracle, both Ben Ownby and Shan Hornbeck were found alive. Shan was now 15 years old and had been missing for over 4 years. The discovery of the two boys together was a shocking and joyous moment, bringing relief and closure to their families and the broader community. Michael Devlin was arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping, child endangerment, and during the investigation, it was revealed that Devlin had meticulously planned and executed both kidnappings, preying on young boys in seemingly safe environments. His arrest and subsequent conviction not only brought justice for Shan and Ben, but also highlighted the importance of community vigilance and the critical role of eyewitness accounts in solving such cases. Devlin eventually pleaded guilty to all charges and was sentenced to 74 life terms plus 2,020 years in prison, ensuring that he would never pose a threat to society again. The case underscored the importance of never giving up hope and the impact that community awareness and involvement can have in solving crimes and bringing missing children home. The case drew significant media attention, and Shan Hornbeck's story of survival became a symbol of hope for other families of missing children. After his rescue, Shan and his family established the Shan Hornbeck Foundation, aimed at helping other families with missing children and raising awareness about child safety. Shan's story also sparked discussions about the psychological impact of prolonged captivity and the complex relationship between captor and captive, a psychological phenomenon often referred to as Stockholm Syndrome. Despite the trauma he endured, Shan's resilience and the support of his family and community helped him begin the long process of healing and rebuilding his life. The rescue of Shan Hornbeck and Ben Omby emphasizes the strength of the human spirit and the importance of perseverance in the face of unimaginable adversity. Their stories continue to inspire and bring attention to the ongoing issue of child abduction and the vital need for community and law enforcement collaboration in protecting the most vulnerable among us. Number 54. The Ghost Ship Kaz-2. The mysterious case of the Kaz-2, often dubbed the Ghost Yacht, has intrigued and puzzled maritime enthusiasts and investigators since its discovery in 2007. The 32-foot catamaran was found drifting off the northeast coast of Australia, with its three-man crew missing and no clear indication of what had transpired. The circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the crew of the Kaz-2 have given rise to numerous theories, ranging from the plausible to the paranormal, adding it to the list of the most compelling maritime mysteries in recent history. The Kaz-2 set sail from Arley Beach in Queensland, Australia, on April 15, 2007. The crew consisted of three relatively inexperienced yachtsmen, skipper Des Batten, 56, and his friends brothers Peter Tunstead, 69, and John Tunstead, 63. Their plan was to sail the yacht to Townsville, a journey that should have taken them along the picturesque and tranquil waters of the Whitsunday Islands. Despite their experience and the seemingly straightforward nature of the voyage, something went terribly wrong. On April 18, 2007, the Kaz-2 was spotted adrift by a helicopter pilot about 88 nautical miles off the coast of Townsville. Concerned by the sight of the unmanned yacht, the pilot reported it to maritime authorities, who subsequently dispatched a rescue team to investigate. What they found aboard the Kaz-2 only deepened the mystery. Upon boarding the yacht, rescuers discovered that it was in near pristine condition. The engine was running, a laptop was turned on and functioning, and untouched food and beverages were laid out on the table. A newspaper dated April 15th, the day of departure, lay open, suggesting that whatever happened had occurred shortly after they set sail. Even more perplexing was the fact that all the yacht's safety equipment, including life jackets, an emergency beacon, and lifeboats, were still aboard, undisturbed. One of the most eerie details was that the yacht's sails were up, and one of them was badly shredded. However, this didn't appear to be the result of a violent storm, as the weather conditions in the area during the yacht's voyage were reportedly calm. The Kaz-2's GPS system showed that the yacht had made a series of erratic movements before it was found adrift, suggesting that the crew might have encountered trouble not long after their departure. Despite an extensive air and sea search covering thousands of square kilometers, no trace of the three missing men was ever found. The empty, yet seemingly untouched state of the Kaz-2 gave rise to numerous theories about the crew's fate. One theory posits that the crew might have been swept overboard by a freak wave or a sudden gust of wind while adjusting the sails. This could explain the shredded sail and why the yacht was found drifting. Another theory suggests that one of the men might have fallen overboard, and the other two perished trying to rescue him. In this scenario, the initial man overboard might have led to a chain of events where all three men ended up in the water, unable to get back on the yacht. This theory aligns with the erratic GPS movements, which could indicate attempts to recover a man overboard. However, this theory doesn't account for the fact that all safety equipment was still on board, indicating that none of the men had attempted to grab a life jacket or deploy the emergency beacon in a moment of crisis. Some of the more outlandish theories propose the involvement of foul play or even supernatural forces. Given the yacht's nickname as the Ghost Yacht, speculation about paranormal activity has inevitably surfaced. However, there is no evidence to support these more fantastical theories, and they remain purely speculative. In 2008, the Queensland Coroner's Office conducted an inquest into the disappearance of the CAS-2's crew. The inquest concluded that the most likely explanation was that one of the men had fallen overboard and the others had gone into the water in a failed rescue attempt. The coroner noted that the shredded sail and the yacht's erratic path could be consistent with such a scenario. Despite this official conclusion, the lack of definitive evidence means that the mystery is far from settled in the public's mind. Number 53. Mary Vincent. Lawrence Singleton's horrific crimes and Mary Vincent's remarkable testimony weave a chilling tale of survival, justice, and crime. The harrowing events began on September 29, 1978, when 15-year-old Mary Vincent was hitchhiking in California. Singleton, a 50-year-old merchant seaman, picked her up, promising to take her towards her destination. What followed was an ordeal of unimaginable brutality that would eventually lead to an uncovering of Singleton's violent tendencies and bring attention to his subsequent crimes. After picking up Mary, Singleton drove her to a remote area where he brutally attacked her. But incredibly, Mary survived. She managed to crawl to a nearby road where she was found by a passing couple who rushed her to the hospital. Her incredible courage and will to live were only the beginning of her fight. Mary Vincent's testimony was pivotal in Singleton's trial. She bravely recounted the details of her attack, identifying Singleton as her assailant. Her powerful and emotional testimony led to Singleton's conviction in 1979 on charges of kidnapping, attempted murder, and other offenses. He was sentenced to the maximum term allowed at the time, which was 14 years in prison. However, due to good behavior and other technicalities, Singleton was released on parole after serving just 8 years. Singleton's early release sparked outrage and fear, especially in the communities where he was supposed to reside. Many people protested, and there were difficulties in finding a place for him to live. Eventually, he was relocated to Contra Costa County, where he lived in a trailer on the grounds of San Quentin State Prison for a year until his parole ended. Mary Vincent, despite the horrific trauma she had experienced, rebuilt her life. She became an artist, using her prosthetic arms to paint, and became an advocate for victims' rights. Her resilience and public speaking brought significant attention to the shortcomings in the legal system, particularly in the sentencing of violent offenders. The story took a darker turn when Singleton's violent tendencies resurfaced. On February 19, 1997, he was arrested for the murder of Roxanne Hayes, a 31-year-old mother of 3. Hayes, worker, was found stabbed to death in Singleton's home in Tampa, Florida. This brutal crime underscored Singleton's dangerous nature and his capacity for violence, which Mary Vincent had so poignantly warned about. During Singleton's trial for the murder of Roxanne Hayes, Mary Vincent courageously testified once again, recounting her own horrifying experience and the permanent impact it had on her life. Her testimony highlighted Singleton's brutality and lack of remorse, painting a vivid picture of his violent history. Singleton was convicted and sentenced to death, a sentence he would not serve due to his death from cancer in 2001 while on death row. Number 52. The underwater crop circles. When the underwater crop circles were first discovered off the coast of Japan in 1995, their intricate geometric patterns left divers and scientists perplexed. The circles, measuring about 6.5 feet in diameter, featured radiating lines and concentric rings that appear too precise and artistic to be natural occurrences. As a result, vast theories emerged to explain their origins, each reflecting different ways in which people tried to make sense of this underwater mystery. One of the earliest theories proposed that the underwater crop circles were the result of natural geological or oceanographic processes. Some scientists believed that the formations could have been created by underwater currents, eddies, or vortices that sculpted the sand into these intricate patterns over time. This theory drew on the widespread scientific understanding that fluid dynamics can produce regular and repeating patterns in nature, similar to the ripple marks seen on sandy ocean floors, or the patterns formed by wind-blown dunes in deserts. Another prevalent theory suggested that the circles were created by the activities of unknown or little understood marine organisms. Given the regularity and precision of the patterns, some researchers hypothesize that a species of marine life, possibly a type of burrowing creature or small organisms engaging in collective behavior, could be responsible for the formations. This idea was supported by the fact that many marine animals, such as certain types of crabs and shrimp, are known to manipulate their environments for feeding or mating purposes. There was also speculation that the circles might have been the result of human activity. Some people suggested that the formations could be the remnants of ancient human settlements or structures that had been submerged due to rising sea levels. Others posited that the circles were created by divers or underwater archaeologists as part of an art project or scientific experiment. This theory, while less scientific, reflected the human tendency to ascribe complex or unexplained phenomena to purposeful design. The more fantastical theories proposed that the underwater crop circles were the work of extraterrestrial beings. This idea drew parallels to the terrestrial crop circles often attributed to UFOs and alien activity. Proponents of this theory argued that the precision and beauty of the patterns were beyond the capabilities of known marine life or natural processes, suggesting that they could be messages or markings left by advanced alien civilizations. While this theory was widely dismissed by the scientific community, it captured the imagination of many of those interested in the possibility of extraterrestrial life. In addition to scientific and speculative theories, some explanations were rooted in local folklore and mythology. The underwater crop circles were sometimes linked to ancient Japanese legends of underwater palaces or dragon kings, mythical beings believed to inhabit the depths of the ocean. According to these stories, the formations could be the handiwork of mythical sea creatures or gods, adding a layer of cultural mystique to the scientific mystery. The mystery remained unresolved until 2012, when Japanese marine biologist Yoji Akata made a breakthrough discovery. Akata observed a small species of pufferfish, only about 5 inches long, meticulously creating these intricate patterns in the sand. The male pufferfish was seen swimming tirelessly, using its fins to carve out the designs. This behavior was identified as a mating ritual, with the circles serving to attract females. The ridges and valleys in the patterns help to protect the eggs from ocean currents and predators, demonstrating a sophisticated adaptation for reproductive success. Number 51. Luca Magnotta. Luca Magnotta, a name that became synonymous with his heinous crimes, was brought into the public eye in a chilling manner that intertwined the world of online sleuths and real-world horror. The Netflix documentary Don't F with Cats, Hunting an Internet Killer detailed how a community of internet users uncovered a series of brutal acts that eventually led to the exposure of a horrific murderer. The documentary highlights both Magnotta's gruesome activities and the relentless efforts of these digital detectives to bring him to justice. Magnotta first gained notoriety through a series of videos posted online in 2010, where he was seen and killing kittens. These videos, which showed the creator suffocating kittens in a vacuum-sealed bag and feeding one to a python, horrified viewers and led to the formation of a Facebook group dedicated to identifying and stopping the perpetrator. The group, led by Deanna Thompson, using the pseudonym Body Movin', and John Green, meticulously analyzed every detail in the videos, from objects in the background to reflections in mirrors, to pinpoint Magnotta's location and identity. Despite their detailed work, law enforcement initially did not take the threat seriously, and Magnotta remained free to continue his cruel acts. However, the relentless pursuit by the online community eventually exposed his identity as Luca Magnotta, a small-time Canadian actor with aspirations of fame. Their investigative efforts documented in the series showcase their dedication and the impact that online communities can have in real-world investigations. Magnotta's crimes escalated dramatically. On May 25, 2012, he posted a video titled "One Lunatic, One Ice Pick" on bestgore.com, depicting the gruesome murder of Jun Lin, a Chinese international student. The connection between the animal abuse videos and the murder was quickly made by the online sleuths who had been tracking Magnotta. Their extensive dossier on him, compiled over years of meticulous work, provided crucial information to law enforcement. This evidence included Magnotta's online aliases, his connections to various locations, and behavioral patterns. Their efforts significantly aided the police in understanding the scope and escalation of Magnotta's criminal behavior. Magnotta fled Canada after the murder, sparking an international manhunt. He was eventually apprehended in Berlin on June 4, 2012, after being recognized in an internet cafe. The cafe attendant saw Magnotta reading news stories about himself and alerted authorities. He was extradited back to Canada, where he faced numerous charges, including first-degree murder, committing an indignity to a body, and distributing obscene material. During his trial, which began in September 2014, Magnotta pleaded not guilty, claiming insanity. However, the jury found him guilty on all counts in December 2014, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for 25 years. The trial revealed chilling details of his psychological state and his obsession with notoriety, which included creating false stories about himself to generate media attention. The Netflix documentary highlighted not only the brutality of Magnotta's crimes, but also the power and dedication of the online community that played a critical role in his capture. Their work demonstrated how digital footprints and collective action can bring criminals to justice, even when traditional law enforcement methods initially fall short. Today, Luca Magnotta remains in a Canadian prison, while the legacy of his crimes and the dedicated pursuit of justice by internet sleuths continue to be discussed and analyzed. The case underscores the dark potential of the internet to both facilitate and solve crimes, and it serves as a reminder of the critical role that vigilant and compassionate individuals can play in seeking justice for the most heinous acts. Number 50. The Moth Man Prophecies. The legend of the Moth Man, that mysterious and eerie cryptid, has captivated imaginations and stirred up fear since its first reported sighting in the 1960s. Emerging from the shadows in West Virginia, this creature quickly became a fixture of American paranormal folklore. The world was introduced to the Moth Man on November 12, 1966, when 5 men were at work digging a grave in a cemetery near Clendenin, West Virginia. They reported seeing a man-like figure with large wings soaring over their heads. Little did they know that this strange encounter would only be the beginning. 3 days later, on November 15, 1966, 2 young couples, Roger and Linda Scarberry and Steve and Mary Mallet, were driving near the old TNT plant north of Point Pleasant. They described seeing a creature shaped like a man, but bigger, maybe 6 or 7 feet tall, with big wings folded against its back. Its eyes, blazing red, reflected their car's headlights. The creature chased their vehicle at incredible speeds as the couples fled in panic. Linda Scarberry later recounted the event, saying it wasn't like anything you'd see on TV or in a monster movie. It had wings and was shaped like a man, but bigger. The eyes were what got us. It had big, red eyes like a car's headlights, just glaring at us. Over the next year, over 100 reports of similar sightings poured in from various witnesses. Some described the creature standing in their yards, while others saw it flying over the nearby Ohio River. The Mothman seemed to hover over the town, a dark specter bringing fear and fascination in equal measure. One notable sighting was reported by Marcella Bennett, who, along with her baby daughter, witnessed the creature near the defunct munitions factory where the Scarberrys and Mallets had glimpsed it. She recounted, "We were getting in the car when we saw it. It was standing beside the car, and it was looking right at us. Its eyes were red and glowing, and I could see its wings behind it. I just froze." These sightings often occurred near what locals called the TNT area, a desolate spot once used for munitions manufacturing during World War II. The area's abandoned bunkers and overgrown vegetation provided the perfect backdrop for such chilling encounters. Some locals believe the Mothman was drawn to this area due to its isolation, while others speculated that the creature might have emerged from the toxic remnants of wartime production. One of the most unnerving aspects of these encounters remains the consistent description of the creature's eyes. Virtually every witness reported the Mothman's eyes as glowing red, a detail that has only added to the creature's otherworldly and terrifying aura. These accounts were often accompanied by feelings of intense dread and helplessness, as if the creature's gaze alone could paralyze its observers with fear. The wave of sightings culminated in a tragic event that would forever link the Mothman to disaster. On December 15, 1967, the Silver Bridge, which connected Point Pleasant to Gallipolis, Ohio, collapsed during rush hour, sending 46 people to their deaths. Many locals believed the Mothman sightings were an omen, a premonition of the catastrophe to come. This tragic event cemented the Mothman's reputation as a harbinger of doom, a spectral figure whose presence foretold calamity. In the years following the bridge collapse, the frequency of Mothman sightings dwindled, but the legend lived on. Occasionally, reports would emerge from other parts of the United States, and even from as far away as Russia, where witnesses described a similar winged creature with glowing red eyes. These sporadic sightings have kept the mystery alive, suggesting that the Mothman might be more than just a local legend. Over the decades, the Mothman has evolved from a regional curiosity to an international icon of the paranormal. Books, documentaries, and even a feature film, The Mothman Prophecies, have explored the mystery, each adding their own spin to the legend. The annual Mothman Festival in Point Pleasant attracts thousands of visitors, eager to delve into the history and lore of this spectral figure. Despite the commercial and cultural fascination, the Mothman remains a mystery. Sightings have continued sporadically over the years, not only in West Virginia, but across the globe. These reports have kept the legend alive, fueling both scientific inquiry and speculative debate. Researchers and enthusiasts alike have scoured historical records, analyzed witness accounts, and investigated potential evidence. Yet the true nature of the Mothman eludes definitive explanation. Some believe the creature is a cryptid, an undiscovered species akin to Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. Others suggest it's a supernatural entity, perhaps a ghost or demon, warning of impending doom. A more scientific theory posits that the Mothman could be a sandhill crane or an owl, misidentified in the darkness, its eyes reflecting ambient light. Some others believe that the Mothman is an extraterrestrial being, visiting Earth and interacting with humans before disappearing again. Today, the Mothman stands out as one of the most well-known modern myths. It embodies our deepest fears and curiosities about the unknown. Whether viewed as a supernatural sentinel or a figment of collective imagination, the Mothman continues to capture the human imagination, urging us to look to the skies and ponder the unknown. Number 49. The Cursed Shipwreck. The Mica Shipwreck, often referred to as the Cursed Wreck of the Gulf of Mexico, is steeped in a rich history of maritime lore, mystery, and misfortune. This enigmatic ship, which met its untimely end in the 19th century, has become a focal point for divers and historians alike, who are captivated by its tragic voyages, mysterious demise, and the eerie tales of a supposed curse that haunts its remains. The Mica was a three-masted wooden schooner, built in the early 1800s, known for its robust design and significant cargo capacity. It was a vessel designed to weather the harsh conditions of the open sea, and for many years, it successfully navigated the waters of the Gulf of Mexico, carrying goods between the United States, the Caribbean, and Central America. The ship was named after the mineral mica, perhaps in a nod to the wealth and glittering prospects that maritime trade promised during that era. Throughout its operational life, the mica was noted for its reliable service and sturdy construction. However, it was also the subject of numerous unsettling incidents and tales of misfortune. Crew members often spoke of strange occurrences on board, such as sudden, unexplained drops in temperature, mysterious noises emanating from the hull, and eerie lights seen on the water at night while at sea. These stories, while often dismissed as sailor superstitions, contributed to the ship's reputation as being doomed from its first launch. The Mica's final voyage began in the spring of 1875, when it set sail from Mobile, Alabama, loaded with a cargo of cotton and lumber destined for the Caribbean. The crew, experienced and well-prepared, anticipated a routine journey. However, as the ship ventured further into the Gulf of Mexico, it encountered a series of increasingly severe storms. The weather conditions deteriorated rapidly, and the ship struggled against towering waves and powerful winds. Despite the crew's best efforts, the Mica was battered by the relentless storm. On the night of April 3, 1875, the ship was last seen by a passing vessel, struggling in the tumultuous waters. The crew of the other ship reported seeing the Mica's distress signals, but were unable to approach due to the ferocity of the storm. By morning, the Mica had vanished, leaving no trace of its position or fate. The disappearance of the Mica quickly became a subject of speculation and intrigue. Search efforts were mounted, but no wreckage or survivors were found. The Gulf of Mexico, known for its treacherous waters and deep seabed, seemed to have swallowed the ship whole. For decades, the fate of the Mica remained an unsolved mystery, adding to its aura of misfortune. In the early 21st century, advances in underwater exploration technology led to a renewed interest in locating the Mica. In 2009, a team of marine archaeologists using advanced sonar and remotely operated vehicles discovered a wreck that matched the description and known dimensions of the Mica, lying over 100 feet beneath the surface of the Gulf of Mexico. The site, now known as the Mica Wreck, revealed a well-preserved shipwreck, with many of its features intact, including a cargo of cotton bales and wooden planks. The discovery of the Mica Wreck reignited discussions about the ship's supposed curse. Divers and researchers who explored the site reported experiencing equipment malfunctions, sudden changes in water temperature, and an overwhelming sense of unease. Some even claimed to have seen ghostly apparitions near the wreck, adding to the ship's haunted reputation. Several theories have been proposed to explain the Mica's disappearance and the strange occurrences reported at the wreck site. One theory suggests that the ship encountered a rogue wave, an unusually large and unpredictable wave, capable of overwhelming even the sturdiest vessels. Such waves have been known to appear suddenly and strike with devastating force, making them a plausible explanation for the Mica's sudden sinking. Another theory posits that the ship was struck by lightning during the storm, igniting the highly flammable cotton cargo and causing a catastrophic fire. This would explain the lack of visible wreckage on the surface, as the ship could have burned and sunk rapidly, leaving little trace. However, this theory is challenged by the relatively intact state of the wreck discovered, with no evidence of a major fire. Some researchers believe that the Mica may have fallen victim to structural failure. The severe conditions and the age of the ship could have led to a critical weakening of its hull, causing it to break apart under the stress of the storm. The discovery of the wreck in a relatively concentrated area supports this idea, suggesting that the ship may have sunk quickly and settled on the seabed with minimal drift. The most intriguing and less scientific theory revolves around the notion of a curse. This theory, rooted in the stories and superstitions of sailors, suggests that the Mica was doomed from the start. The strange occurrences reported by its crew and the eerie experiences of modern divers fuel the legend that the ship was cursed, perhaps by an object carried on board or by an event that took place during its early voyages. While this theory lacks empirical evidence, it captures the imagination and adds a layer of mystery to the ship's story. Today, the Mica Wreck continues to be a site of fascination and research. Marine archaeologists and historians study the wreck to glean insights into 19th century shipbuilding and maritime trade, while divers visit the site to experience its eerie allure firsthand. Number 48. Richard Evet. Richard Evet, a seemingly ordinary man with a dark and sinister double life, was exposed as a serial killer whose heinous crimes only came to light after the desperate escape of one of his intended victims. His story is one of hidden horrors, a meticulous facade, and the bravery of a young girl that ultimately led to his downfall. Richard Mark Evet was born on July 29, 1963, in Columbia, South Carolina. His early life was defined by a blend of normalcy and underlying issues. Raised in a middle-class family, he was known to be intelligent and capable, graduating high school with good grades and serving in the U.S. Navy. Evet's career in the Navy was commendable, and after his discharge, he found stable employment as a sales manager at a compressor company. To those around him, Evet appeared to be a responsible and hard-working individual. Evet married Bonnie Lou Gower in 1988, and by all outward appearances, their marriage was stable. However, Gower later revealed that their relationship was fraught with control and manipulation. Unbeknownst to her, Evet was harboring a dark obsession that would soon manifest in a series of brutal crimes. The first known crime occurred on September 9, 1996, when Sophia Silva, a 16-year-old girl from Spotsylvania County, Virginia, vanished from her front yard. Her body was found a month later in a creek, wrapped in a blanket. In May 1997, Evet abducted sisters Kristen and Katie Lisk, aged 15 and 12, from their home in the same county. Their bodies were discovered 5 days later in a river, with evidence of and strangulation. Evet managed to evade detection by law enforcement for years, leading a double life that hid his monstrous tendencies. His ability to blend into society and maintain a facade of normalcy made him a particularly dangerous predator. The breakthrough in the case came on June 24, 2002, when 15-year-old Cara Robinson Chamberlain was abducted from her friend's front yard in Columbia, South Carolina. Evet took her to his apartment, where he restrained and assaulted her. In a remarkable display of courage and quick thinking, Robinson managed to escape the following morning while Evet was asleep. Robinson's escape was the turning point in the investigation. She provided detailed descriptions of Evet and his apartment, which led the police to his doorstep. Realizing he was being pursued, Evet fled, triggering a multi-state manhunt. The chase ended on June 27, 2002, in Sarasota, Florida, where Evet took his own life as police closed in. The investigation into Evet background revealed a trove of evidence linking him to the murders of Sophia Silva and the Lisk sisters. Items belonging to the victims were found in his possession, and the meticulous records he kept provided further proof of his guilt. The FBI and local law enforcement agencies were finally able to close these cases, bringing some measure of closure to the families of the victims. Further scrutiny of Evet life uncovered a pattern of behavior that suggested he may have been responsible for other unsolved cases. His extensive travel for work and the presence of similar unsolved abductions in areas where he had lived or visited led investigators to consider the possibility of additional victims. The FBI continues to examine his activities in an effort to link him to other crimes. Evet wife, Bonnie Lou Gower, was left in a state of shock and disbelief. She had no knowledge of her husband's double life and struggled to reconcile the man she knew with the monster exposed by the investigation. Gower later shared her story, highlighting the control and manipulation she experienced during their marriage, which prevented her from seeing the signs of his criminal behavior. Number 47. The Kraken. The legend of the Kraken, a mythical sea monster of enormous proportions, has captivated the human imagination for centuries. Emerging from the cold, deep waters of Scandinavian folklore, the Kraken is depicted as a colossal creature capable of pulling entire ships beneath the waves with its powerful tentacles. The mystery of the Kraken is rooted in ancient tales, but its story has endured and evolved over time, influenced by scientific discoveries and an unending fascination with the unknown depths of the ocean. The earliest references to the Kraken date back to the 13th century in Icelandic sagas and Norwegian texts. One of the first detailed descriptions appears in the Konungsskuggsja, King's Mirror, a Norwegian educational text from around 1250. The text describes a creature so vast that it could be mistaken for an island, with a habit of dragging sailors to their doom. This image of the Kraken as a gargantuan, almost supernatural being set the tone for centuries of maritime lore. By the 18th century, the Kraken had become a fixture in the writings of naturalists and explorers. Erik Pontoppidan, a Danish-Norwegian naturalist, described the Kraken in his 1755 work, The Natural History of Norway. Pontoppidan's account painted the Kraken as a beast capable of creating massive whirlpools as it submerged, pulling ships and their crews into the depths along with it. He estimated the creature's size to be more than a mile across, further cementing its reputation as an enormous and fearsome entity. The real-life basis for the Kraken legend likely lies with the giant squid, genus Architeuthis, a deep-sea cephalopod known to reach lengths of up to 43 feet. Encounters with these elusive creatures, whether glimpsed by sailors at sea or washed ashore, could easily have been exaggerated into tales of monstrous sea serpents. The giant squid's long, tentacled body and large, staring eyes match many descriptions of the Kraken, making it a likely candidate for the creature behind the myth. Despite advances in marine biology, the giant squid remained largely a creature of myth until the 21st century. In 2005, Japanese researchers captured the first images of a live giant squid in its natural habitat, providing concrete evidence of the creature that had inspired the Kraken legend. This discovery was followed by further research, including the capture of additional footage of a giant squid in 2012 by a team led by Dr. Edith Witter. These findings have provided valuable insights into the biology and behavior of giant squids, though much about them remains a mystery due to their deep-sea habitat. The giant squid is typically found at depths of 1,000 to 3,000 feet in the world's oceans, particularly in the North Atlantic, off the coasts of Norway, Newfoundland, and New Zealand. These regions, with their deep, cold waters, offer ideal conditions for the giant squid, which preys on deep-sea fish and other squid species. The elusive nature of the giant squid and the challenges of deep-sea exploration mean that sightings are rare, contributing to the creature's mystique. In addition to the giant squid, the colossal squid, Misonicodothus hamiltoni, also fits descriptions of the Kraken. Even larger than the giant squid, the colossal squid can grow up to 46 feet long and has been found in the deep waters of the Southern Ocean. With its massive size and aggressive predatory behavior, the colossal squid is another potential source for the Kraken myth. While scientific discoveries have demystified some aspects of the Kraken legend, they have also fueled further speculation and fascination. The ocean remains largely unexplored, and new species are regularly discovered in its depths. This has led some to speculate that even larger and more mysterious creatures may exist, waiting to be found. The vastness and inaccessibility of the deep sea ensure that it continues to be a realm of speculation and wonder. The Kraken's influence extends beyond scientific inquiry into popular culture, where it's been immortalized in literature, movies, and video games. From Alfred Lord Tennyson's poem The Kraken, to its appearance in movies like Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, and in the lore of games like Assassin's Creed IV Black Flag, the Kraken remains a powerful symbol of the unknown and the terrifying beauty of the ocean. Theories about the current existence of the Kraken, or creatures like it, range from the plausible to the fantastical. Some cryptozoologists suggest that there may be even larger cephalopods or unknown sea monsters that have yet to be discovered. The deep sea, with its extreme conditions and vast unexplored areas, is a perfect hiding place for such beings. However, mainstream science remains cautious, emphasizing the need for evidence and the challenges of deep-sea research. The cultural and historical significance of the Kraken also plays a role in its enduring mystery. For centuries, sailors' tales and local folklore have kept the legend alive, passing down stories of monstrous encounters and near escapes. These stories reflect humanity's deep-seated fear of the unknown and the dangers of the sea, as well as our fascination with the possibility of undiscovered life forms. Number 46. The VOK Society. The VOK Society is an exclusive crime-solving club based in Philadelphia, named after Eugène-François Vidocq, a 19th century Frenchman widely considered to be the first private detective. Founded in 1990, this group consists of seasoned forensic professionals, including retired detectives, FBI agents, forensic psychologists, and other experts in the crime-solving field. They gather monthly to analyze and discuss cold cases that have stumped local law enforcement. The Society's unique approach and collective expertise often uncover hidden connections and motives that local authorities may overlook due to biases or lack of resources. Scott Dunn, a 24-year-old Texas man, disappeared in 1999 under suspicious circumstances. Bloodstains found in his apartment suggested foul play, but without a body, the case quickly went cold. It wasn't until the mid-1990s, when the VOK Society agreed to take on Dunn's case, that significant progress was made. The Society's members, utilizing their diverse expertise, re-examined the blood spatter patterns and DNA evidence from Dunn's apartment. Their analysis pointed towards a more sinister scenario than initially considered by local law enforcement. The VOK Society's investigation revealed that Dunn's longtime girlfriend, Leisha Hamilton, was the likely perpetrator. Hamilton had a motive tied to financial disputes and personal conflicts, which local investigators had overlooked. The case was one of many that have highlighted the VOK Society's ability to provide fresh perspectives and leverage advanced forensic techniques to solve complex cases. Their findings were instrumental in securing Hamilton's conviction, and she's currently serving a 20-year sentence in a federal penitentiary. The Society has gone on to solve and aid in other notable cases, providing insight, funding, and resources where law enforcement can't. In December 1976, the dismembered body of a young pregnant woman, dubbed Beth Doe, was found along the Lehigh River in Pennsylvania. The case baffled local authorities for decades, with no leads or identification of the victim. When the VOK Society took on the case, they re-examined the forensic evidence, focusing on the unusual aspects of the dismemberment and the method of body disposal. Their fresh perspective and advanced forensic techniques eventually led to identifying the victim as Evelyn Colin in 2021, and her murderer, Louis Sierra, was subsequently arrested and charged. Dana Bailey, a student at Pennsylvania State University, was brutally murdered in her apartment in 1987. Despite the collection of evidence and numerous interviews conducted by law enforcement, the case went cold. The VOK Society reviewed the case and noted several overlooked details, such as a possible connection to another unsolved assault in the area. Their insights helped local authorities to refocus their investigation, and although the case remains officially unsolved, the Society's involvement brought renewed attention and hope for resolution to this formerly cold case. In 1991, Joyce Clint disappeared from her home in Iowa. Despite extensive searches and investigations, no trace of her was found. The VOK Society took an interest in the case and provided critical insights into the possible motives and behaviors of the perpetrator. Their analysis suggested a close acquaintance might be involved, which led local authorities to re-examine evidence and interviews. This shift in focus eventually led to the discovery of her remains and the arrest of a suspect known to the family. In 1957, the body of a young boy was found in a cardboard box in Philadelphia. Despite widespread media attention and numerous theories, which proliferated for years, the case went cold. The VOK Society applied modern forensic techniques and reanalyzed old evidence, including the boy's hair and the box he was found in. Their work suggested new investigative avenues, such as tracing the origins of the box and potentially familial connections through genetic genealogy. After more than half a century, the boy was identified as Joseph Augustus Zarelli. Although the case of Zarelli's homicide remains unsolved, the Society's involvement has provided crucial new leads and hope for future resolution. In 1986, Sherry Ray Rasmussen was found murdered in her home in Los Angeles. Initially believed to be a burglary gone wrong, the case went cold for over 2 decades. The VOK Society's involvement highlighted overlooked forensic evidence and inconsistencies in the initial investigation. Their insights led to the re-examination of evidence, including DNA from a bite mark on the victim, which eventually pointed to a suspect within the LAPD, leading to the arrest and conviction of Stephanie Lazarus, a former LAPD detective. The VOK Society employs a multidisciplinary approach, combining the expertise of forensic scientists, psychologists, and former law enforcement officers. They meticulously review every detail of a case, often uncovering new evidence or reinterpreting old evidence with the help of modern technology. Their collaborative work style allows for a comprehensive analysis that local authorities may lack the resources or expertise to conduct. The Society's work not only helps solve cold cases, but also provides valuable training and insights to local law enforcement, improving their investigative techniques and increasing the chances of solving future cases. Their advisory role ensures that the credit for solving the case goes to the local authorities, fostering cooperation and trust between the Society and law enforcement agencies. Number 45. The Yonaguni Monument. The Yonaguni Monument, an extraordinary underwater formation near Yonaguni Island in Japan, has captured the imagination of divers, scientists, and mystery enthusiasts since its discovery. The tale begins in 1986, when Kihachiro Arataki, a local diver, stumbled upon a mysterious series of stone structures while exploring the seabed. What he found was far beyond the typical underwater scenery. Instead, it was a submerged structure that seemed to defy natural explanation. Located about 25 meters below the surface, the monument comprises vast stone formations that feature sharp-edged, flat surfaces, precise straight lines, and almost perfect right angles. The most striking feature is a massive, flat-topped formation resembling a stepped pyramid, surrounded by what appear to be terraces, pathways, and walls. These characteristics immediately led to speculation that the monument might be the remnants of an ancient, advanced civilization that had fallen to ruin and been swallowed by the sea. As word of Arataki's discovery spread, the site attracted the attention of researchers and adventurers worldwide. Among them was Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist at the University of the Ryukyus, who became a leading proponent of the theory that the monument was created by humans. Kimura believes the structure could be over 5,000 years old, dating back to a time when lower sea levels left the area above water. According to Kimura, the monument may have been part of an ancient city, potentially linked to myths of lost continents like Mu or Lemuria. The legend of Mu was popularized by the British-American writer James Churchward, who published a series of books on the subject in the early 20th century. According to Churchward, Mu was a vast continent in the Pacific Ocean, stretching from the Marianas to Easter Island, and from Hawaii to Fiji. He claimed to have based his work on ancient tablets he discovered while serving as a soldier in India. These tablets, written in an ancient language known as Nagamaya, allegedly described the history and eventual destruction of Mu. Churchward's books describe Mu as the cradle of civilization, home to an advanced society with a population of over 60 million people. The inhabitants of Mu were said to possess advanced technology and knowledge, including sophisticated engineering, agriculture, and navigation skills. They built grand temples and pyramids, many of which were believed to have influenced those built by later civilizations in Asia, the Americas, and Africa. According to Churchward, Mu was destroyed by a series of cataclysmic events, including volcanic eruptions and earthquakes, which caused the entire continent to sink into the ocean around 12,000 years ago. This catastrophic event supposedly led to the dispersion of its survivors, who spread their knowledge and culture to other parts of the world. The concept of Lemuria predates Churchward's Mu and has its origins in the mid-19th century. The idea was first proposed by zoologist Philip Sclater in 1864 to explain the distribution of lemur fossils and other related species found in Madagascar, India, and Africa. Sclater hypothesized that a lost landmass, which he named Lemuria, once connected these regions, allowing the species to spread across what are now separate continents. Theosophists, such as the infamous mystic Helena Blavatsky, incorporated Lemuria into their esoteric teachings, describing it as an ancient land inhabited by a spiritually advanced race. According to Blavatsky, the Lemurians were giants with psychic abilities and a deep connection to the natural world. Theosophical writings suggest that Lemuria existed in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, and its civilization flourished before the rise of Atlantis. Like Mu, Lemuria was said to have been destroyed by cataclysmic events, leading to its eventual submersion beneath the ocean. The survivors of Lemuria were believed to have migrated to other parts of the world, influencing the development of later civilizations. Kimura's team also identified features they interpreted as carved faces, animal sculptures, and other intricate carvings on the monument. These findings suggested that the structure was not just a natural formation, but potentially a site of significant cultural and historical importance. Kimura proposed that the monument might have served as a ceremonial or religious site, a fortress, or even an astronomical observatory. However, other experts have conflicting theories. Many geologists and archaeologists argue that the Yonaguni Monument is most likely a natural formation, shaped by millennia of underwater currents, tectonic shifts, and erosion. They point to similar formations found around the world, such as the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland, and the basalt columns of the Devil's Postpile in California, arguing that nature alone could have created the monument's geometric features. An alternative theory suggests a blend of both natural and human influences. According to this view, an ancient civilization might have discovered a naturally occurring rock formation and modified it for their own purposes. This theory posits that the monument could be both a natural geological structure and a human-altered site used for ceremonial or other purposes. The true origin of the Yonaguni Monument remains a tantalizing mystery. If it is indeed a human-made structure, its original function is open to speculation. Was it a sacred site, a fortress, or an observatory? The absence of definitive archaeological evidence or artifacts complicates the puzzle, leaving room for endless conjecture and debate. Number 44. The Phoenix Lights. The Phoenix Lights incident is one of the most widely reported and debated UFO sightings in modern history. On the night of March 13, 1997, thousands of people across Arizona, particularly in the densely populated Phoenix area, witnessed a series of mysterious lights in the sky. The event sparked immediate fascination, fear, and speculation, and it continues to be a topic of intense debate and study today. On that fateful night, witnesses reported seeing two distinct events involving lights in the sky. The first was a triangular formation of lights moving silently across the sky, while the second event involved a series of stationary lights that appeared to hover over the Phoenix area for several hours. The sightings began around 7:30 p.m. and continued until about 10:30 p.m., with reports coming in that they were visible from as far away as Nevada and Sonora, Mexico. The initial reaction to the Phoenix Lights was one of shock and confusion. Local news stations were inundated with calls from residents who had seen the lights, and amateur astronomers and skywatchers alike scrambled to find explanations. Footage of the lights quickly spread, and the event received national and even international media coverage. Arizona Governor Fife Symington held a press conference, initially making light of the situation by bringing out an aide dressed in an alien costume, but later revealed that he had also witnessed the lights and believed them to be of extraterrestrial origin. Numerous theories have been proposed to explain the Phoenix Lights. The most widely accepted explanation came from the U.S. Air Force, which stated that the lights were flares dropped by an A-10 Warthog aircraft during a training exercise at the Barry Goldwater Range. The Air Force's explanation accounted for the stationary lights seen later in the evening, as the flares would have been visible for a considerable distance. However, this explanation did not satisfy everyone, particularly those who had witnessed the earlier triangular formation. Some suggested that the lights were part of a secret military project, possibly involving advanced aircraft or technology not yet known to the public. Others firmly believed the lights were extraterrestrial in origin, pointing to the sheer number of witnesses and the lack of sound accompanying the lights as evidence that they could not have been conventional aircraft. Further fueling the mystery, some witnesses claimed that the lights exhibited behavior inconsistent with flares, such as maintaining a precise formation and moving at a slow, steady pace. Skeptics argue that these sightings could be attributed to a combination of aircraft lights, flares, and other natural or man-made phenomena, but the lack of a definitive explanation has kept the debate alive. The Phoenix Lights phenomenon has had a lasting impact on both popular culture and the scientific community. It's been featured in numerous documentaries, books, and films, and has sparked ongoing interest in the study of UFOs. In 2008, former Governor Symington participated in a press conference organized by the Coalition for Freedom of Information, calling for more transparency and investigation into the event. Today, the Phoenix Lights remain an open case, with both believers and skeptics continuing to examine and debate the evidence. The incident is often cited in discussions about the possibility of extraterrestrial life and the need for greater openness from governments regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. The Phoenix Lights fuel our fascination with the unknown and remind us that there are mysteries that still lie beyond our understanding. While the U.S. Air Force's flare explanation addresses part of the phenomenon, the questions surrounding the earlier triangular formation persist. For many, the Phoenix Lights symbolize the tantalizing possibility that we are not alone in the universe. Number 43. The Sea Serpent of HMS Datalist. The tale of the sea serpent of the HMS Datalist is one of the most captivating and fantastical maritime mysteries. It all began on August 6, 1848, when the British Royal Navy ship HMS Datalist, captained by Captain McQuay, was sailing from the Cape of Good Hope to St. Helena. As the ship traversed the South Atlantic, an extraordinary and unsettling event occurred that would ignite discussion and speculation for decades to come. The afternoon was clear and the sea was calm, offering no hint of the bizarre scene that was about to unfold. At around 5 p.m., the crew of the Datalist spotted a strange, elongated creature moving through the water. The first to notice it were the ship's officers, who immediately alerted Captain McQuay. The captain, along with several other officers, observed the creature through their telescopes, noting its serpentine form and undulating movements. The sea serpent appeared to be around 60 feet long, with a long neck that rose about 4 feet above the water. Its head, which was said to resemble that of a snake or a dragon, moved gracefully from side to side as it swam. The creature maintained a steady speed, matching that of the Datalist, and seemed unperturbed by the ship's presence. The sailors watched in awe and trepidation, documenting the encounter in their logs and sketches. Captain McQuay later reported the sighting to the Admiralty, describing the creature as an enormous serpent with a dark body that could have been mistaken for a line of porpoises, if not for its distinct movement and form. The account was published in newspapers and quickly captured the public's imagination. The idea of a sea serpent lurking in the depths of the ocean fed into existing folklore and the era's fascination with undiscovered creatures. Theories about the sea serpent of the Datalist abounded. Some believed it to be a surviving member of a prehistoric species, perhaps a plesiosaur or a giant eel. Others suggested it might be an unknown species of marine animal, yet to be classified by science. The idea of a colossal sea serpent roaming the oceans was both thrilling and terrifying, and it sparked numerous other reports and sightings of similar creatures around the world. Skeptics, however, offered alternative explanations. One theory proposed that the sailors had seen a large marine animal, such as a giant squid or whale, and had misinterpreted what they saw due to the distance and the conditions of the sighting. Another suggestion was that the creature could in fact have been a line of dolphins swimming in formation, creating the illusion of a single elongated entity. These explanations, while plausible, did little to quell the fascination and belief in the existence of sea serpents. In the years following the Datalist sighting, various expeditions and researchers attempted to find concrete evidence of the sea serpent, but no definitive proof was ever found. The mystery persisted, and the tale of the Datalist serpent became a staple of maritime lore, often cited alongside other legendary sea creatures like the Kraken and the Loch Ness Monster. Modern scientific investigations have provided further insights, though the mystery remains unsolved. Some marine biologists suggest that large, rarely seen marine animals such as oarfish, which can grow up to 36 feet long and have a serpentine appearance, could account for the sighting. The oarfish's undulating swimming motion and elongated body could easily be mistaken for a sea serpent under the right conditions. Yet, even with these rational explanations, the lack of concrete evidence leaves room for continued speculation and wonder. Number 42. The Kidnapping of Madison Nygaard. The Enfield haunting remains one of the most infamous and controversial ghost stories in modern British history. The events that unfolded in the Enfield Borough of London between 1977 and 1979 captivated the public, spurred debates among paranormal investigators, and raised questions about the nature of the supernatural and the reliability of eyewitness accounts. The haunting began in August 1977 at the home of Peggy Hodgson, a single mother living with her 4 children, Margaret, 13, Janet, 11, Johnny, 10, and Billy, 7. The initial incidents were relatively minor and easy to overlook. Strange knocking sounds were heard and furniture seemingly moved on its own. However, the disturbances quickly escalated, capturing widespread attention. On August 30th, 1977, Peggy Hodgson called the police after her daughters, Janet and Margaret, reported that their beds were shaking and they heard peculiar knocking sounds. When a police constable visited, she claimed to have seen a chair move across the floor by itself. This incident marked the beginning of a series of increasingly bizarre and disturbing events. By September 1977, the haunting had intensified. Paranormal investigator Maurice Grosse of the Society for Psychical Research, SPR, joined the investigation. He was soon joined by Guy Lyon Playfair, another SPR member. The investigators documented various phenomena, including objects being thrown across rooms, strange noises, and Janet reportedly levitating. Janet, who was 11 years old at the time, appeared to be the focus of many of the disturbances. The phenomena continued through 1978, with Grosse and Playfair spending extended periods at the Hodgson home. They recorded hundreds of hours of audio and video footage. During this time, Janet began speaking in a deep, gruff voice, claiming to be a man named Bill Wilkins who had died in the house years earlier. These recordings became some of the most fascinating, if controversial, pieces of evidence in the case. As the story gained media attention, it divided public opinion. Some people were convinced by the apparent authenticity of the events, while others remained skeptical. Critics pointed to inconsistencies in the children's accounts and the possibility of pranks or hoaxes. Skepticism was fueled by reports that the children, especially Janet, were caught bending spoons and otherwise attempting to manipulate the situation. On November 10, 1977, the Daily Mirror newspaper published a series of articles about the haunting, which brought even more scrutiny. Some skeptics accused the Hodgson family of perpetuating a hoax in a quest for attention or financial gain. The photographs published by the media, including images of Janet seemingly levitating, were also met with suspicion, with some suggesting she was simply jumping off her bed. The accusations of fraud came to a head when Janet admitted to faking some of the phenomena. She confessed to pranking the investigators and reporters on occasion, which significantly damaged the credibility of the entire case. However, she and her family maintained that while some events were staged, the majority of the phenomena were genuine and beyond their control. By 1979, the activity had significantly diminished, and the investigators withdrew from the house. The Hodgson family continued to experience occasional disturbances, but nothing on the scale of the previous 2 years. Janet and Margaret both eventually moved away, and the house returned to relative normalcy. In the years following the haunting, Janet and Margaret Hodgson have largely stayed out of the public eye. However, Janet in particular has spoken about the trauma of the events and the skepticism they faced. In interviews, she has reiterated that while some phenomena were faked out of desperation or fear, many experiences were real and inexplicable. Maurice Grosse continued to believe in the authenticity of the Enfield poltergeist until his death in 2006. Guy Lyon Playfair also maintained his belief in the case, writing a detailed account in his book, This House is Haunted. The Enfield poltergeist remains a topic of fascination and debate. It has inspired numerous books, documentaries, and even films such as The Conjuring 2. The case is often cited in discussions about the credibility of paranormal phenomena and the psychological and social factors that can contribute to such events. Despite the controversy and accusations of fraud, the Enfield haunting continues to intrigue those interested in the supernatural. The conflicting accounts and enduring mystery ensure that it remains one of the most talked about ghost stories of the 20th century. The legacy of the Enfield poltergeist lives on, not only through the media, but also in the realm of paranormal research. The case has been re-examined numerous times, with skeptics and believers alike delving into the extensive records left by Grosse and Playfair. These investigations continue to highlight the complexities of distinguishing between genuine paranormal activity and human deception or psychological phenomena. Number 41. The submarine disappearances of 1968. The year 1968 stands out in marine history due to the mysterious disappearances of 4 submarines from different nations within a few months of each other. These disappearances, which occurred during the height of the Cold War, have fueled numerous theories and significant speculation, as the true causes behind these losses remain elusive even today. The submarines involved were the USS Scorpion, the Soviet K-129, the French Minerve, and the Israeli INS Dakar. The USS Scorpion, SSN 589, was a skipjack-class nuclear-powered submarine of the United States Navy. Commissioned in 1960, it was one of the most advanced submarines of its time, designed for fast and silent operations. On May 20th, 1968, the Scorpion was returning from a 3-month deployment in the Mediterranean when it sent a routine radio message. However, the submarine never reached its home port of Norfolk, Virginia. By May 27th, after failing to establish contact, the Scorpion was declared missing. Search efforts eventually located the wreckage of the Scorpion in October 1968 at a depth of over 9,800 feet in the Atlantic Ocean, about 400 miles southwest of the Azores. The wreckage showed the submarine had broken into 2 main sections. The exact cause of the sinking remains unknown, but theories range from a catastrophic mechanical failure to an internal explosion, possibly involving a torpedo. The mysterious circumstances of its loss have led to various conspiracy theories, including the possibility of a Cold War confrontation with Soviet forces. The Soviet submarine K-129 was a Golf II class ballistic missile submarine, part of the Soviet Pacific Fleet. On March 8, 1968, K-129 embarked on a routine patrol from its base in Kamchatka. Contact with the submarine was lost shortly after it left port, and despite extensive search efforts by the Soviet Navy, the vessel and its 98 crew members were not found. The exact location and cause of K-129's disappearance remained a mystery for years. In 1974, the United States, through a covert operation known as Project Azorian, managed to partially recover the K-129 from a depth of nearly 16,000 feet. The mission was spearheaded by the CIA using the specially constructed ship the Glomar Explorer. Despite recovering part of the submarine, much of what was actually found remains classified. Theories about K-129's sinking include a catastrophic missile malfunction, a collision with another submarine, or even a failed attempt to launch a missile at the United States, leading to internal sabotage or a retaliatory strike. The French submarine Minerve, S-647, was a Daphne-class diesel-electric submarine. On January 27, 1968, Minerve was conducting a routine exercise in the Mediterranean Sea off the coast of Toulon when it suddenly vanished. Despite immediate search efforts, the submarine and its 52 crew members were not found. The disappearance of Minerve remained an enduring mystery for over 5 decades. In 2019, renewed search efforts led to the discovery of the Minerve's wreckage. Using modern technology, including underwater drones, the submarine was found at a depth of about 7,700 feet. The exact cause of the sinking is still unclear, but it is believed to involve a rapid catastrophic failure, possibly related to structural issues or a mechanical malfunction. The discovery provided some closure to the families of the lost crew, but left many questions unanswered. The INS Dakar was a former British T-class submarine purchased by Israel in 1965. After undergoing extensive refurbishments, it embarked on its maiden voyage to Israel in January 1968. On January 24th, while en route from Gibraltar to Haifa, the Dakar sent its last communication, reporting its position and progress. The submarine then mysteriously vanished in the eastern Mediterranean. An extensive search operation involving multiple nations failed to locate the Dakar. It wasn't until 1999, more than 3 decades later, that the wreckage was discovered at a depth of about 9,800 feet between Crete and Cyprus. The exact cause of the sinking remains speculative, with theories ranging from a navigational error leading to a collision with underwater terrain to a catastrophic hull failure. Despite the discovery, the circumstances of the Dakar's loss remain one of Israel's most significant maritime mysteries. The disappearance of these 4 submarines in such a short period of time in 1968 has led to numerous theories and speculation. One theory suggests a connection between the disappearances, possibly involving covert Cold War operations and secret confrontations. This theory is supported by the intense geopolitical tensions of the time and the strategic importance of submarines in nuclear deterrence. Another theory posits that each submarine experienced unrelated catastrophic failures, highlighting the inherent risks of submarine operations. Submarines operate in one of the most hostile environments on Earth, and even minor malfunctions can lead to disaster. Structural failures, collisions with underwater obstacles, and internal explosions are all plausible explanations for the disappearances. There are also darker theories that suggest deliberate sabotage or cover-ups. Some believe that governments might have withheld information or even orchestrated the disappearances to avoid diplomatic incidents or to protect classified technology and operations. The recovery of parts of K-129 by the United States and the subsequent secrecy surrounding the findings fuel such speculation. Today, the mysteries of the 1968 submarine disappearances continue to fascinate and intrigue historians, researchers, and the general public. While modern technology has allowed for the discovery of the wrecks, many questions remain unanswered. The exact circumstances of each sinking, the potential connections between them, and the broader implications for Cold War history are still subjects of investigation and debate. As technology advances, further explorations and investigations may provide additional insights into these maritime enigmas. For now, the lost submarines of 1968 remain reminders of the dangers of deep-sea exploration and the enduring mysteries of the Cold War era. Number 40. Box. The Enfield Poltergeist. Born on July 16, 1987, to parents Pete Kenkins and Shelley Heeringa, Jessica Lynn Heeringa was the youngest of 3 sisters. She grew up in Michigan, living primarily with her father and stepmother. By the age of 22, Jessica found herself starting a family of her own when she became pregnant by her fiancé, Dakota Quayle Dyer. The couple welcomed their son, Zevin, who brought joy to their lives despite the financial strain they faced. In 2013, Dakota lost his job, and the financial burden fell heavily on Jessica. To support her family, she took a job at the Exxon gas station in Norton Shores, Michigan, where her warm demeanor made her a favorite among customers. On April 26th, Jessica was scheduled for the late shift. She left home that afternoon to pick up groceries before starting work at 4 p.m. She often worked alone, which she preferred, and it was not unusual for her to prop the back door open for a smoke or to let friends visit. Unfortunately, the gas station had no working CCTV, which later complicated the investigation. As the store was about to close, a regular customer named Craig Harpster stopped by to refill his gas tank. Inside, he found an eerie scene. The store was empty and unlocked, with Jessica's personal items, her purse, lighter, and cigarettes left behind. Craig called the police, describing the suspicious situation. Upon arrival, Norton Shore Police Department Detective Michael Casher found more troubling signs. Jessica's car was still parked outside. Her keys, jacket, and pocketbook containing over $400 were inside, and the cash register still held the day's takings. Outside the back door, they found a small pool of blood and a battery cover for a Walter P22 pistol's laser sight. Witnesses, including the store manager Sue Follett, reported seeing a silver minivan around the station around the time Jessica disappeared. Sue described the driver as a man with wild blonde hair, wearing a red or orange sweatshirt. Despite these clues, the lack of surveillance footage hindered the investigation. Police questioned local man Jeffrey Willis, who drove a silver Dodge Caravan resembling the one described by witnesses. Willis claimed he was home with his wife during the kidnapping, and nothing suspicious was found in his van. With over 1,000 vehicles to check, the police moved on. Despite extensive efforts, including viewing local CCTV footage that captured a silver van near the gas station, the investigation stalled. The community was left in fear and speculation. Jessica's fiancé Dakota was initially a suspect due to reports of their strained relationship and allegations of abuse. However, his alibi and phone records cleared him of suspicion. Attention also turned to Jesse Ammerman, a 37-year-old plumber and regular customer who was rumored to have had an affair with Jessica. He was brought in for questioning but had an alibi corroborated by phone records. With no solid leads, the case went cold. In June 2014, another tragedy struck the area. Rebecca Bletch, a 36-year-old physical therapist, was found dead after going for a jog near her home in Dalton Township. Initially thought to be a hit and run, the discovery of shell casings and a bullet wound revealed she had been murdered. With no leads, Rebecca's case also went cold. The breakthrough came in April 2016, when 16-year-old Madison Nygaard was abducted. Madison had been walking along River Road in Muskegon County after a night out when Jeffrey Willis offered her a ride. Once inside the van, Willis pulled a gun, but Madison managed to escape by jumping out of the moving vehicle and seeking help from a nearby house. Her bravery and quick thinking provided crucial information to the police. Investigators quickly linked Willis to the failed abduction through surveillance footage and witness descriptions. A search of his home and van revealed a stolen Walter P.22 pistol kit and hundreds of tapes showing women being kidnapped and murdered. Forensic tests connected the bullets from the pistol to those found at the scene of Rebecca Bletch's murder. The evidence also linked Willis to Jessica Huringa's disappearance. The Walter P.22 matched the battery cover found at the gas station, and further investigation revealed that Willis had been in the area on the night Jessica vanished. Despite the lack of direct DNA evidence, the circumstantial evidence was overwhelming. In a twist, Willis's cousin Kevin Bloom admitted to helping dispose of Jessica's body. He claimed Willis had called him the day after the abduction, showing him Jessica, who was bound and injured. Bloom described how they buried her body, although her remains have never been found. Willis was arrested and charged with multiple crimes, including the attempted abduction of Madison Nygaard, the murder of Rebecca Bletch, and the kidnapping and presumed murder of Jessica Huringa. He received life sentences without the possibility of parole. The trials revealed the extent of his depravity and brought some closure to the victims' families. The Jessica Huringa Act was proposed to improve security at gas stations, requiring surveillance cameras or dual staffing during late hours. While not yet passed into law, it has highlighted the significant need for better safety measures. Additionally, the Rebecca Bletch Law was enacted, mandating that convicted criminals listen to victim impact statements. The bravery of Madison Nygaard not only saved her own life, but also exposed Jeffrey Willis, solving the murders of Jessica Huringa and Rebecca Bletch. These cases underscore the importance of community vigilance and the profound impact one person's courage can have towards bringing justice to victims and their families. Number 39. Water Spires. Lake Baikal, nestled in the heart of Siberia, Russia, is a place where the ordinary fades away and the extraordinary manifests. This ancient lake, the world's deepest and oldest, is a reservoir of secrets, holding more water than all of North America's Great Lakes combined. Its serene surface belies a world of mysteries and marvels that have intrigued scientists, explorers, and mystics for generations. One of the most captivating features of Lake Baikal is its geological peculiarity. Formed over 25 million years ago, it lies in an active continental rift zone, which continues to pull apart at a rate of about 1 inch per year. This continuous geological activity has carved out a unique underwater landscape, teeming with hydrothermal vents and mud volcanoes. Recent expeditions employing sophisticated underwater robots have revealed these hidden wonders, shedding light on the seismic forces that shaped this lake's history and continue to sculpt its depths. But it's not just the geology that fascinates. Lake Baikal is a living laboratory of evolution. Its isolated environment has given rise to a myriad of unique species, with over 3,600 plants and animals found nowhere else on Earth. The Baikal seal, or Nerpa, stands out as the only freshwater seal species in the world, a creature that has adapted to the lake's frigid waters and depths. Exploring Lake Baikal is like stepping into a prehistoric world, where ancient life forms thrive in one of the world's most pristine ecosystems. Adding to the lake's mystique are the mysterious ice circles that appear on its frozen surface each winter. These massive, perfect circles, some spanning several miles in diameter, were first noticed by astronauts aboard the International Space Station. While scientists suggest that these formations result from warm water rising from the lake's depths, causing the ice to melt in circular patterns, the exact process remains a puzzle. These ice rings are a visual reminder of the unseen forces at play beneath the lake's tranquil exterior. Local legends and folklore only deepen the sense of mystery. For centuries, the indigenous Buryat people and Siberian shamans have revered the lake as a sacred entity, a living spirit with immense power. Stories abound of strange lights dancing over the water, described as glowing spheres or orbs. Some locals whisper of UFOs, while others speak of natural but still unexplained atmospheric phenomena. These tales, passed down through generations, weave a rich tapestry of myth and mystery that surrounds the lake. Then there are the stories of the lake's cryptids, large serpentine creatures that allegedly dwell in its depths, drawing comparisons to Scotland's Loch Ness Monster. While no concrete evidence has surfaced to confirm these sightings, the sheer size and depth of Lake Baikal leave room for endless speculation. Could unknown creatures be hiding in its unexplored recesses? The possibility adds a thrilling dimension to the lake's mystery. In a remarkable blend of the ancient and the cutting edge, Lake Baikal is also a hub for advanced scientific research. Deep within its clear waters lies the Baikal Neutrino Telescope, an underwater observatory designed to detect neutrinos, elusive subatomic particles that can pass through entire planets without interacting with matter. This research could unlock secrets of the universe, offering insights into cosmic phenomena and the fundamental laws of physics. The pristine waters of Baikal, acting as a natural filter, provide an ideal environment for this groundbreaking study. Despite its scientific and cultural significance, Lake Baikal faces numerous environmental threats. Pollution, climate change, and overfishing pose significant risks to its unique ecosystem. Conservation efforts are crucial to preserving the lake's unique biodiversity and ensuring that its mysteries continue to captivate future generations. Lake Baikal, with its blend of natural wonders and supernatural lore, is one of the planet's most enduring mysteries. Its depths hold stories of ancient life and ongoing geological drama, while its surface and surroundings are steeped in cultural and mythical significance. As research continues and new technologies emerge, we may one day unlock more of the secrets hidden within this remarkable lake. Until then, Lake Baikal remains a captivating blend of science, myth, and natural beauty, a place where the mysteries it holds are as deep as the lake itself. Number 38. Baltic Sea Anomaly. The Baltic Sea Anomaly, discovered in June 2011 by the Ocean X team, is a mysterious underwater formation that has mystified scientists and captivated conspiracy theorists. Situated at the bottom of the Baltic Sea between Sweden and Finland, the anomaly is an unusual circular structure measuring approximately 60 meters in diameter. The initial sonar images revealed what appeared to be a disc-shaped object with stair-like features and a long runway or skid marks leading to it, giving it an almost otherworldly appearance. This bizarre discovery quickly sparked theories attempting to explain its origin and nature. One of the most popular theories is that the Baltic Sea Anomaly is a crashed UFO, with its peculiar shape and the unusual electromagnetic disturbances reported by divers adding fuel to this hypothesis. Proponents of this idea suggest that the anomaly could be a long-lost extraterrestrial craft, potentially dating back thousands of years, lying hidden beneath the sea. Another intriguing theory posits that the anomaly could be the remnants of a sunken World War II anti-submarine device, or even a piece of experimental technology that was lost during the war. The structure's distinct, artificial-looking features and its semblance to modern-day machinery support this notion, and some are certain that the object is a man-made one from a more recent historical period. Some scientists argue that the Baltic Sea Anomaly is a natural geological formation shaped by glacial activity during the last ice age. They suggest that the structure's unusual appearance could be the result of natural rock formations and sediment deposits sculpted over millennia by moving glaciers. This theory, while less sensational, provides a plausible explanation grounded in widely understood geological processes. However, divers who have attempted to study the anomaly up close have reported strange malfunctions in their equipment, including electronic failures and unexpected power drains. These reports have led to speculation that the anomaly might possess unique electromagnetic properties, adding another layer of intrigue to the already perplexing discovery. Despite numerous dives and investigations, the true nature of the Baltic Sea Anomaly remains unknown. Samples taken from the site have not provided definitive answers, and the object continues to defy easy classification. Whether a relic of an ancient civilization, a piece of modern technology lost to history, or a natural formation misinterpreted by eager minds, the anomaly continues to captivate and confound. Number 37. SS Waratah. The mystery of the SS Waratah is a haunting tale from the annals of maritime history. Later known as the Titanic of the South, the Waratah was a luxurious passenger liner that vanished without a trace in 1909, sparking one of the most enduring mysteries of the sea. Her disappearance has intrigued and puzzled historians, mariners, and adventurers for over a century. The SS Waratah was built by the prominent shipbuilders Barclay Curle & Co. in Glasgow and was first launched from the port there in 1908. This 500-foot behemoth was designed to provide the ultimate in comfort and safety for her passengers, boasting elegant salons, state-of-the-art amenities, and robust construction. Her name, Waratah, was inspired by a vibrant Australian flower, symbolizing the bright future anticipated for this vessel. The ship embarked on her maiden voyage in November 1908, traveling from London to Australia via South Africa. Despite some early concerns about her stability, the Waratah completed several successful stops. However, whispers about her tendency to list, especially when heavily loaded, began to circulate among the crew and passengers. These rumors foreshadowed the dark turn her story would soon take. In July 1909, the Waratah set sail from Durban, South Africa, bound for Cape Town and ultimately London. On board were 211 passengers and crew, including prominent figures like engineer John Craig and members of the wealthy Hyman family. The journey began uneventfully, but ominous signs soon emerged. Some passengers disembarked at Durban, expressing unease about the ship's stability and preferring to continue their travels by other means. The last confirmed sighting of the Waratah was on July 27, 1909, by the crew of the SS Clan MacIntyre, another steamship traveling the same route. The Waratah and Clan MacIntyre exchanged signals, but shortly afterward, the Waratah sailed into the gathering gloom of a storm, never to be seen again. Despite extensive search efforts, including by the Royal Navy, no trace of the ship or its passengers was found. It was as if the sea had swallowed her whole. The disappearance of the Waratah sparked a frenzy of speculation and theories. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the Waratah succumbed to the fierce storm that was brewing on the night of July 27, 1909. The ship was known to have stability issues, particularly when heavily loaded, which may have been exacerbated by the severe weather conditions. The theory posits that the Waratah capsized and sank rapidly, leaving no time for distress signals or for passengers and crew to abandon ship. The suddenness of such an event would explain the complete absence of wreckage or bodies. Another theory involves the possibility of a catastrophic structural failure. Some historians suggest that the Waratah may have experienced an explosion, possibly in her boiler room, leading to her rapid destruction. This theory is supported by accounts of debris and life preservers washing ashore along the South African coast in the weeks following her disappearance. The violent force of an explosion could have torn the ship apart, scattering debris over a wide area and making it difficult to locate significant pieces of wreckage. A more unusual theory involves the concept of the Waratah being caught in a powerful rogue wave. These rare, massive waves can appear suddenly and are capable of capsizing even the largest vessels. Given the stormy conditions reported on the night the Waratah disappeared, some experts believe a rogue wave could have overwhelmed the ship, leading to her swift and silent demise. Maritime lore has also contributed to the mystery, with enduring tales of ghost ships and supernatural occurrences. Some claim that the Waratah, like the infamous Flying Dutchman, became a spectral vessel doomed to sail the seas forever. Sightings of ghostly ships off the South African coast have been linked to the Waratah, adding a paranormal dimension to the mystery. While these stories capture the imagination, they lack the empirical evidence needed for serious consideration. In recent years, technological advancements have enabled more detailed and precise searches for the Waratah's wreckage. In 1999, Australian adventurer David Mearns led an expedition that identified several potential wreck sites using sonar and underwater exploration equipment. Despite these efforts, none of these sites have been definitively confirmed as the watery grave of the Waratah. Mearns and his team continue to believe that the ship's final resting place is within reach, and further expeditions may one day yield answers. Another intriguing angle is the potential misidentification of wreck sites. Some theorists propose that previously discovered shipwrecks in the area could actually be the Waratah, but were overlooked or misidentified during initial surveys. This hypothesis suggests that a more thorough re-examination of known wrecks could eventually reveal the Waratah, hiding in plain sight. Environmental factors also play a role in the ongoing mystery. The powerful currents and shifting sands of the South African coast can quickly cover and uncover wreckage, complicating search efforts. The dynamic seabed might have buried the Waratah under tons of sand, making it nearly impossible to locate without advanced, targeted technology. Modern efforts to locate the Waratah have employed advanced technology, including sonar and underwater exploration. The search continues to this day, with each expedition rekindling hopes of solving the century-old puzzle. Number 36. Piri Reis Map. The Piri Reis Map, one of the most mysterious artifacts in the history of cartography, has fascinated historians, geographers, and conspiracy theorists since its discovery. This early 16th century map, created by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, is renowned for its depiction of parts of the world that were supposedly unknown to contemporary explorers. The map's mysterious accuracy and the theories surrounding it continue to provoke debate and speculation about the knowledge and capabilities of ancient civilizations. The Piri Reis map was discovered in 1929 by German theologian Gustav Adolf Deissmann. During renovations of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul, Deissmann was cataloging non-Islamic artifacts in the palace's library when he stumbled upon a fragment of a map drawn on a gazelle skin parchment. This fragment turned out to be part of a world map dated to 1513, created by Piri Reis, a well-respected Ottoman admiral. The map's significance was quickly recognized due to its detailed and accurate depiction of the western coasts of Europe, North Africa, and notably the eastern coast of South America. The Piri Reis map is unique for several reasons. It combines elements from various sources, including earlier maps and possibly even now lost charts from ancient mariners. The map's annotations reveal that Piri Reis utilized at least 20 different maps and charts, including ones from Greek, Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabic sources. Most intriguingly, the map depicts parts of the South American coast in considerable detail, long before European explorers were known to have fully mapped the continent. One of the most controversial aspects of the map is its depiction of what some believe to be the northern coast of Antarctica, free from ice. This has led to a plethora of theories about its origins and the knowledge it represents. One of the most popular theories suggests that the Piri Reis map is evidence of a highly advanced ancient civilization that possessed sophisticated geographical knowledge long before known human history. Proponents of this theory argue that the detailed depiction of South America and the Antarctic coast suggests that these lands were explored by seafaring civilizations thousands of years ago, potentially even during an ice-free period. Another theory posits that the map reflects knowledge passed down from the lost city of Atlantis, as described by Plato. According to this view, Atlantis was a technologically advanced civilization with extensive maritime capabilities, and the Piri Reis map is an example of their advanced cartographic skills. A more conventional explanation is that the map incorporates information from early Portuguese and Spanish explorers who had ventured far along the South American coast. It is well documented that by the early 16th century, European explorers had already reached many parts of South America. The map could therefore be a compilation of their explorations, albeit surprisingly accurate for its time. The depiction of Antarctica on the map has also sparked significant debate. Some scholars argue that the coastline could be a misinterpretation or a distorted representation of the southernmost tips of South America. Others suggest that the map might reflect a pre-glacial coastline of Antarctica, implying ancient cartographers had knowledge of the continent before it was covered in ice, possibly through now lost sources or observations during a different climatic period. The Piri Reis map provides a fascinating glimpse into the knowledge and capabilities of early 16th century cartographers. Piri Reis himself demonstrated the interconnectedness of different cultures and the exchange of geographical knowledge by compiling the map from such a wide variety of sources. From a historical perspective, the map is significant because it highlights the extent of Ottoman naval power and the breadth of their knowledge during this period. The Ottoman Empire, with its vast territories and extensive trade networks, had access to a wealth of information from different parts of the world. Piri Reis' map is a testament to this multicultural exchange of knowledge. If the theories suggesting ancient or lost civilizations with advanced geographical knowledge are true, the implications would be profound. It would mean reevaluating our understanding of human history and the capabilities of early civilizations. Such a discovery could potentially point to a forgotten chapter in human development, characterized by seafaring cultures with sophisticated navigational and cartographic skills. However, the more plausible explanations still underscore the remarkable achievements of early modern explorers and the global exchange of knowledge that occurred long before the era of globalization as we know it. The Piri Reis map, whether viewed through the lens of mystery or historical achievement, continues to captivate and challenge our perceptions of the past. Whether it's evidence of a lost civilization, a reflection of early European exploration, or a testament to the interconnectedness of the ancient world, the map continues to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts alike. Its discovery has opened up debates and discussions that bridge the gap between history and mystery, ensuring that the Piri Reis map will remain a subject of fascination for generations to come. Number 35. Bimini Road. The mystery of Bimini Road has long intrigued explorers, historians, and conspiracy theorists alike. Located off the coast of Bimini in the Bahamas, this underwater formation consists of a series of large, flat stones that appear to be laid out in a deliberate linear pattern. Discovered in 1968 by a team of divers, Bimini Road has since sparked a myriad of theories regarding its origins and purpose, with some suggesting it could be the remnants of the lost civilization of Atlantis. The Bimini Road is composed of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons and measuring up to 13 feet in length. The stones are arranged in a straight line, stretching about half a mile, with some sections forming a parallel line, creating what appears to be a paved road or wall. The formation lies in shallow water, about 18 feet below the surface, making it easily accessible to divers and snorkelers. From the moment of its discovery, the Bimini Road has been the subject of intense speculation and debate. One of the most popular theories is that it is a man-made structure, possibly a road, wall, or pier, constructed by an ancient and advanced civilization. Proponents of this theory often link it to the legendary Atlantis, a powerful and technologically advanced society described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. According to his writings, Atlantis was a grand island kingdom that sank into the ocean around 9,000 years before his time. The precise location of Atlantis has been the subject of countless theories, and some believe that Bimini Road could be a remnant of this lost city. The legend of Atlantis has captivated imaginations for over 2 millennia. The tale originates from the works of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, specifically in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE. In Plato's narrative, Atlantis was a powerful and technologically advanced civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, the modern-day Strait of Gibraltar. The Atlanteans were said to have created a utopian society on a vast island continent, thriving around 9,000 years before Plato's own time. Plato described Atlantis as an advanced society with incredible achievements in architecture, engineering, and governance. The city was said to have been laid out in concentric circles of land and water, featuring magnificent palaces, temples, and a grand central acropolis. The Atlanteans were depicted as a formidable naval power, with a fleet that allowed them to dominate the Mediterranean, and potentially other parts of the world. Their society was prosperous and enlightened, but also grew increasingly corrupt and greedy over time. The destruction of Atlantis, as recounted by Plato, came about as a result of divine retribution for the moral decay and hubris of its inhabitants. The gods, particularly Poseidon, who was believed to have favored Atlantis, became displeased with the Atlanteans' behavior. In a catastrophic event, described as occurring over a single day and night, Atlantis was said to have been swallowed by the sea, vanishing without a trace. This sudden destruction was attributed to a combination of earthquakes and floods, erasing the island and its advanced civilization from history. Supporters of the Atlantis theory point to the precision and regularity of the stones, suggesting that such a formation could not occur naturally. They argue that the alignment and layout of the stones indicate deliberate placement by human hands. This theory was given a boost by the Bimini prophecy made by the American psychic Edgar Cayce, who predicted that evidence of Atlantis would be found near Bimini in 1968, the same year the road was discovered. However, the scientific community remains skeptical of the Atlantis connection. Many archaeologists and geologists argue that the Bimini Road is a natural formation. They explain that the stones are composed of beach rock, a type of limestone that forms in the intertidal zone of tropical and subtropical regions. The regular shapes and alignment of the stones could result from natural processes such as erosion and the fracturing of the rock along natural joints. Over time, tidal action and storms could have further aligned the stones, creating the appearance of a man-made structure. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the natural formation theory is the presence of similar formations in other parts of the world. For instance, the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland and the tessellated pavement in Tasmania are both natural formations that feature regular geometric patterns that resemble man-made structures. These examples demonstrate that natural processes can produce features that appear to be artificially engineered. Despite the scientific consensus, the allure of Bimini Road's possible link to a lost civilization persists. The site continues to attract divers, researchers, and enthusiasts eager to explore its mysteries. Each expedition brings new observations and measurements, but definitive proof of either a natural or artificial origin remains elusive. The mystery of Bimini Road is further deepened by local legends and folklore. The indigenous people of the Bahamas have long told stories of ancient submerged cities and temples, suggesting that their ancestors were aware of the ruins long before their modern discovery. These tales add a cultural and historical dimension to the enigma, blending myth and reality in a way that captivates the imagination. Today, Bimini Road remains one of the most intriguing underwater sites in the world. Whether it's a natural formation or the remnants of an ancient civilization, its existence challenges our understanding of history and geology. The ongoing exploration and study of Bimini Road not only seek to uncover its origins, but also to spark curiosity and wonder about the many mysteries that lie beneath the ocean's surface. In the end, the true nature of Bimini Road may never be fully understood, but the human fascination with our planet's hidden secrets ensures that it will be talked about for generations to come. Whether it leads to the lost city of Atlantis or is simply a remarkable natural formation, Bimini Road continues to inspire and intrigue, a submerged highway to the unknown. Number 34. Voynich Manuscript. The Voynich Manuscript, a secret that has remained unsolved since medieval times, remains one of the most famous and most perplexing puzzles in the history of linguistics and cryptography. Discovered in 1912 by Wilfrid Voynich, a dealer of antique books, this mysterious codex bears his name, but keeps its true origins and authorship veiled in secrecy. Carbon dated to the 15th or 16th century, the manuscript's pages are adorned with intricate illustrations with astronomical, botanical, and anatomical themes, all accompanied by an indecipherable script. This script, now referred to as Voynichese, may be the manuscript's most mysterious feature. Composed of a complex array of characters that mimic the appearance of a written language, it has resisted all efforts at interpretation, fueling speculations that it could be anything, ranging from an elaborate hoax to a lost language of antiquity. Countless hours have been invested by linguists, cryptographers, and codebreakers in effort to unravel the mysteries of Voynichese. Some propose linguistic structures and syntax, while others consider it a fabricated script meant to conceal the true information contained within. Despite extensive endeavors, the script's essence remains an elusive linguistic Gordian knot. The manuscript bursts with detailed depictions of plants, celestial bodies, and female figures, rendered with precision and an apparently robust understanding of the natural world. The botanical section is believed by many to be a compendium of herbal knowledge, detailing the properties and uses of various plants. However, this interpretation remains speculative, as the plants depicted are still unidentifiable. Over time, diverse theories have emerged about the manuscript's purpose and content. Some view it as an alchemical or early scientific text, while others suggest it might be a manual for a forgotten ancient language. More mystical theories propose connections to extraterrestrial knowledge or otherworldly intelligence. Theories about the manuscript range from the plausible to the fantastical, each offering a unique perspective on what this secretive book might represent. One prominent theory suggests that the manuscript contains early medical knowledge. This hypothesis is supported by the detailed botanical and anatomical illustrations, which some believe could represent medicinal plants and studies of human biology. Proponents of this theory argue that the manuscript may have been a compendium of knowledge from an unknown healer or scientist, who took it upon themselves to document herbal remedies and medical practices that were lost to history or even ahead of their time. Another theory posits that the manuscript is alchemical in nature. The strange symbols and diagrams are thought by some to be encoded recipes or processes related to alchemy. The intricate nature of the drawings, particularly those depicting celestial bodies and what could be interpreted as chemical apparatus, lend some credence to this view. This theory is bolstered by the fact that the 15th and 16th centuries were a time when alchemy was widely practiced in Europe. A more esoteric theory suggests that the manuscript could be a work of philosophical or religious symbolism. The bizarre, dreamlike illustrations and the unknown script might represent a form of mystical or even magical knowledge, possibly linked to a secret cult or a mysterious sect. Proponents of this theory often refer to the manuscript's mysterious origins and the possibility that it was meant to be understood only by a select few initiated into its secrets. There are also theories that delve into the realm of the extraordinary. Some suggest that the manuscript could be a documentation of extraterrestrial or otherwise inhuman knowledge. Arguments for this particularly outlandish hypothesis are usually based on the manuscript's inexplicable content, and the argument that some of the plant and astronomical illustrations do not correspond to any known species or celestial configurations on Earth. Lastly, there is the theory that the Voynich manuscript is an elaborate hoax. This perspective argues that the manuscript was created. Number 33. The City of Heraklion. The Lost City of Heraklion, also known as Thonis in Egyptian texts, is one of the most remarkable underwater archaeological discoveries of the 21st century. Once a thriving port city at the mouth of the Nile, Heraklion played a crucial role in ancient trade and politics before it mysteriously vanished beneath the Mediterranean Sea. Heraklion, named after the Greek hero Heracles, was known as Thonis to the Egyptians. It flourished from the 6th century BCE to the 2nd century BCE, serving as a major hub for trade and culture. Positioned strategically at the entrance of the Nile, the city was a bustling gateway for ships entering Egypt from the Mediterranean. It hosted a grand temple dedicated to Amun, the Egyptian king of the gods, and another to Heracles, emphasizing its religious significance for both Egyptians and Greeks. The city's wealth and power were evident in its grand architecture. It boasted impressive temples, colossal statues, and extensive networks of canals and harbors. The city's design showcased a blend of Egyptian and Greek influences, reflecting its cosmopolitan nature. Heraklion was also famed for its colossal statue of Hapi, the god of the Nile's flood, symbolizing prosperity and fertility. For centuries, Heraklion was known only through ancient texts and legends. The city's sudden disappearance around the 2nd century BCE led to numerous theories. Historical records suggest that a series of natural disasters might have caused the city's demise. The region was seismically active, and a significant earthquake or series of tremors could have destabilized the city's foundations. Tsunamis following such earthquakes could have further contributed to the destruction and ultimate submersion of the city. Another possibility is soil liquefaction, where water-saturated soil temporarily loses its solidity due to seismic activity, causing buildings and structures to collapse and sink. Gradual rises in sea level, combined with the heavy weight of the city's infrastructure on the unstable Nile Delta silt, might have led to subsidence and eventual submersion. These theories are supported by geological and archaeological evidence, indicating that a combination of these factors likely contributed to the city's fall into the Mediterranean. The discovery of Heraklion began in 2000, led by French underwater archaeologist Franck Gaudiot and his team. Utilizing advanced technology, including sonar mapping and nuclear magnetic resonance magnetometers, the team located the submerged city 6.5 kilometers off the coast of modern-day Alexandria, lying 10 meters underwater. The initial surveys revealed a stunning array of artifacts, suggesting that Heraklion had been a vibrant and significant city. Subsequent excavations uncovered a wealth of treasures, including colossal statues, temples, nautical artifacts, and coins and inscriptions. Among the most significant finds was a 10-foot statue of Hapi, the god of the Nile flood, and the Decree of Sais, a stone tablet inscribed with Greek and Egyptian hieroglyphics, providing valuable information about the city's administration and religious significance. The discovery of Heraklion has profoundly impacted our understanding of ancient Egyptian and Greek interactions. The artifacts and ruins have shed light on the city's religious practices, trade networks, and the daily life of the people who lived there. The blend of Greek and Egyptian elements found in the city underscores the cultural exchanges that took place there. Despite extensive research, many aspects of Heraklion remain shrouded in mystery. The exact reasons for its submersion are still debated, and much of the city remains unexplored. Continuous underwater excavations are revealing new artifacts and structures, slowly piecing together the city's history. Modern technology plays a crucial role in these ongoing explorations. Advanced diving equipment, remote-operated vehicles, and 3D mapping techniques allow archaeologists to study the submerged ruins in unprecedented detail. Today, Heraklion is a site of immense archaeological importance. Efforts to preserve its artifacts are ongoing, with many displayed in museums around the world, offering the public a glimpse into this sunken wonder. The Egyptian government, along with international archaeology teams, continues to study and protect the site, balancing the challenges of underwater excavation with the need to conserve this invaluable cultural site. Number 32. The USS Scorpion. Continuing from the chilling saga of the 1968 submarine disappearances, it's worth taking a closer look at the disappearance of the USS Scorpion, SSS 589, as it's one of the most perplexing of its kind. A nuclear-powered submarine belonging to the United States Navy, the Scorpion vanished in the Atlantic Ocean under enigmatic circumstances, leaving behind a legacy of speculation, conspiracy theories, and unresolved questions. The USS Scorpion was a skipjack-class attack submarine, commissioned in 1960. Designed for speed and stealth, it was a formidable presence in the Cold War's underwater theater. Its primary mission was to track, and if necessary, engage Soviet submarines. On May 20th, 1968, the Scorpion set a course for the Mediterranean back to its home port in Norfolk, Virginia, following a 3-month deployment. The submarine was last heard from on May 21st, when it sent a routine radio message. This was the last contact anyone would have with the Scorpion. The Scorpion was declared overdue on May 27, 1968, after failing to arrive in Norfolk. The Navy launched an extensive search operation, but initial efforts yielded no results. It wasn't until late October 1968 that the wreckage was discovered by the research ship USNS Mizar. The Scorpion was found resting on the ocean floor at a depth of over 9,800 feet, about 400 miles southwest of the Azores. The submarine was broken into 2 main sections, with the hull exhibiting significant damage. The discovery of the wreckage did little to dispel the mystery surrounding the Scorpion's fate. Theories about what caused the submarine to sink abound, each with its own set of evidence. One of the leading theories involves a catastrophic mechanical failure. Some experts believe that a malfunction in the submarine's torpedo systems could have triggered an internal explosion, causing the vessel to implode and sink rapidly. This theory is supported by the presence of the torpedo room in the forward section of the wreckage, which showed signs of intense damage. Another compelling theory suggests that the Scorpion was lost due to a hydrogen explosion caused by the malfunction of its battery. The Mark 46 torpedo batteries were known to produce hydrogen gas, which could be highly explosive if not properly ventilated. A hydrogen buildup could have ignited, leading to a devastating explosion that doomed the submarine. This theory aligns with the historical records of similar incidents in other submarines, where hydrogen explosions caused catastrophic damage and even sunk similar vessels. Some conspiracy theorists propose that the Scorpion was involved in a covert operation that went disastrously wrong. During the Cold War, submarines were often used for intelligence gathering and other secret missions. One theory posits that the Scorpion was shadowing a Soviet submarine and was sunk in a hostile encounter. This theory is bolstered by the tense geopolitical climate of the time and the strategic importance of submarine warfare. However, there is little concrete evidence to support this scenario, and it remains largely speculative. Another intriguing theory involves the possibility of espionage and sabotage. Some suggest that the Scorpion was targeted by a hostile power, possibly one who was able to tamper with its critical systems. This theory taps into the broader narrative of Cold War espionage, where both the United States and the Soviet Union engaged in clandestine activities to gain an advantage over the other. Again, while this idea is captivating, it lacks substantial evidence. Despite numerous investigations and technological advancements, the true cause of the Scorpion's loss remains unknown. The Navy conducted multiple inquiries, but the official conclusions have not fully satisfied all experts and families of the lost crew. The ambiguity has led to persistent rumors and continued interest in the mystery. The wreck of the USS Scorpion has been the subject of several exploratory missions using advanced underwater technology. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, have provided detailed images of the wreckage, revealing the extent of the damage and offering clues about the submarine's final moments. However, the depths of the Atlantic and the condition of the wreck make definitive answers challenging to obtain. The Scorpion's final voyage is shrouded in a cloak of mystery and tragedy. As it sailed back to Norfolk, the crew would have been unaware of the fate that awaited them. The routine operations, the camaraderie among the sailors, and the familiar hum of the nuclear reactor were all part of a typical day aboard a submarine. Yet, somewhere along the way, something went catastrophically wrong. The silence that followed their last transmission is a reminder of the daily dangers faced by those who serve beneath the waves. Today, the USS Scorpion serves as a somber memorial to the 99 crew members who lost their lives. Memorials and tributes honor their service and sacrifice, and the submarine remains a powerful symbol of the mysteries that the ocean can still hold. The unanswered questions surrounding its disappearance continue to intrigue historians, naval enthusiasts, and conspiracy theorists alike. Number 31. Oak Island. Oak Island, a small island off the coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, has lured treasure hunters and mystery enthusiasts for over 2 centuries. Its allure lies in the legendary Money Pit, a site where countless expeditions have sought to uncover buried treasure, only to be thwarted by complex underground booby traps and confusing clues. The island's history and the tales of a hidden treasure have given rise to numerous theories, earning it a place in the annals of unsolved mysteries. The story of Oak Island's treasure hunt began in 1795, when a young boy named Daniel McGinnis discovered a depression in the ground while exploring the island. Intrigued, he and his friends began digging, uncovering a layer of flagstones and, later, wooden platforms at regular intervals. As they dug deeper, water began to flood the pit, halting their efforts. This initial discovery set off a frenzy of treasure hunting that continues to this day. The most compelling aspect of Oak Island's mystery is the so-called Money Pit, a shaft that has been dug and redug by various expeditions over the years. Each team encountered similar obstacles: water flooding the shaft, layers of logs, coconut fiber, which is not native to the region, and mysterious stone carvings. The pit is believed to be a sophisticated system of tunnels and traps designed to protect whatever lies at its bottom. The lore surrounding Oak Island is also darkened by tales of a curse that foretells the deaths of 7 men before the treasure can be found. To date, 6 people have died in the pursuit of Oak Island's treasure, each adding to the island's eerie reputation. In one of the earliest documented tragedies, an unnamed member of the original McGinnis group died after falling into a flooded shaft. This accident highlighted the dangers of the island's booby-trapped pit and set a grim tone for future expeditions. The most tragic event occurred on August 17, 1965, when Robert Restall, his son Bobby, and 2 other workers died from gas poisoning in one of the island's shafts. Robert Restall had spent years and much of his fortune in the quest for the treasure, only to meet a tragic end when he was overcome by hydrogen sulfide fumes while working in the pit. His son and 2 other workers also perished in a desperate attempt to rescue him. Further adding to the mystery are reports of strange artifacts found on the island. These include an inscribed stone allegedly discovered in the 19th century that, when deciphered, read 40 feet below, 2 million pounds are buried. However, the authenticity of this stone and its inscription is disputed. Other artifacts that have been found include old coins, bits of parchment, and even pieces of human bone, suggesting that whatever is buried on the island has a complex and possibly sinister history. The mystery of Oak Island has spawned a multitude of theories regarding the origins and nature of the buried treasure, and the tales of those who have pursued it are equally compelling. The island's allure is deepened by the legends of a curse and the tragic deaths that have occurred over the centuries. One of the earliest and most enduring theories is that the treasure belongs to an infamous pirate, such as Captain Kidd or Blackbeard. These notorious figures were known to have hidden their plunder in secretive locations, and Oak Island's complex pit and tunnels fit the profile of a sophisticated island hiding spot. Supporters of this theory suggest that the treasure could include gold, silver, and other valuable artifacts taken from countless ships. Another compelling theory posits that the treasure is linked to the Knights Templar, a medieval Christian military order that amassed great wealth. Some believe that after the Templars were disbanded in the early 14th century, they hid their treasures, including religious artifacts such as the Holy Grail and the Ark of the Covenant. Proponents of this theory point to the intricate design of the money pit, which they argue could only have been constructed by a group with significant resources and engineering knowledge. A more literary theory suggests that the pit contains original manuscripts of William Shakespeare's plays. This idea is tied to the controversial claim that Shakespeare was not the true author of the works attributed to him. Proponents of this theory suggest that the real author, possibly Sir Francis Bacon or another contemporary, hid the manuscripts to protect their true identity. Another theory involves treasure from a Spanish galleon that sank off the coast of Nova Scotia. It's speculated that survivors of the shipwreck might have buried the cargo on Oak Island for safekeeping, intending to return later, but never doing so. This treasure would include gold, silver, and other valuables from the New World, hidden to prevent capture by other European powers. Some theorists suggest that the Vikings, who explored parts of North America around 1000 AD, might have buried their loot on Oak Island. This theory, though less popular, adds another layer of historical intrigue, proposing that the island's secrets might predate European colonization. Today, the search for Oak Island's treasure continues, driven by modern technology and the relentless enthusiasm of treasure hunters. The History Channel's The Curse of Oak Island has brought international attention to the quest, chronicling the efforts of Rick and Marty Lagina and their team as they employ state-of-the-art equipment to uncover new clues. Despite extensive exploration, the ultimate treasure remains elusive. However, numerous artifacts have been discovered, including old coins, metal fragments, and tools, which provide tantalizing hints of historical activity on the island. Some researchers believe these finds suggest that Oak Island was used by multiple groups over the centuries, each adding to the complex network of tunnels and traps. The island has become a significant tourist attraction, with guided tours offering visitors a chance to explore the mystery firsthand. Theories continue to evolve, fueled by new discoveries and the enduring allure of the unknown. Number 30. The origin of Earth's water. The origin of Earth's water is one of the most captivating and complex mysteries in planetary science. Our planet is uniquely blessed with vast oceans, rivers, and lakes, making it a blue oasis in the solar system. But where did all this water come from? Scientists have proposed several theories to explain the genesis of Earth's water, each supported by different lines of evidence and scientific reasoning. These theories offer fascinating insights into the early history of our planet and the broader processes that shaped our solar system. One of the leading theories suggests that water was delivered to Earth by icy bodies from the outer solar system. This idea posits that comets bombarded the early Earth, bringing water with them. Comets, which are composed primarily of water ice, were once thought to be the primary source of Earth's water. However, further studies revealed that the isotopic composition of water in comets, specifically the ratio of deuterium to hydrogen, DH ratio, often does not match that of Earth's oceans. More recently, asteroids rather than comets have emerged as the more likely source of Earth's water. Carbonaceous chondrites, a type of meteorite rich in water-bearing minerals, have a DH ratio that closely resembles that of Earth's water. This has led scientists to suggest that these asteroids, originating from the outer regions of the asteroid belt, collided with the early Earth, delivering substantial amounts of water. This theory is supported by the fact that Earth's interior contains significant amounts of water, suggesting that it was delivered during the planet's formation rather than afterwards. Another compelling theory proposes that water was already present in the materials that formed Earth. According to this hypothesis, the building blocks of our planet contained water in the form of hydrous minerals. As these materials coalesced to form Earth, the water was released and eventually made its way to the surface, forming the oceans. This theory aligns with the discovery of water-bearing minerals in Earth's mantle, indicating that significant amounts of water were trapped within the planet's interior during its formation. Some researchers propose that a combination of these theories may best explain the origin of Earth's water. In this hybrid model, water is both delivered by icy bodies and retained from the planet's building materials. This model suggests that while comets and asteroids contributed to the water inventory, a substantial portion was also derived from the hydrous minerals that were part of the Earth's initial makeup. The isotopic evidence from meteorites and terrestrial rocks provides crucial clues to the origins of Earth's water. The similarity in the DH ratio between Earth's water and certain types of meteorites supports the idea that asteroids played a significant role in delivering water. Additionally, studies of ancient zircons, which are some of the oldest minerals on Earth, suggest that liquid water was present on the planet's surface as early as 4.4 billion years ago, shortly after its formation. Recent advancements in space exploration and technology have further enriched our understanding of Earth's water origins. For instance, missions to asteroids such as NASA's OSIRIS-REx, which is studying the carbonaceous asteroid Bennu, and Japan's Hayabusa 2, which returns samples from the asteroid Ryugu, are providing new insights into the composition of these primordial bodies and their potential role in delivering water to Earth. The discovery of water in unexpected places within our solar system also influences our understanding of Earth's water. For example, the detection of water ice on the Moon and Mercury, as well as the presence of subsurface oceans on moons like Europa and Enceladus, suggests that water is more common in the solar system than previously thought. These findings imply that water could have been readily available during the early stages of planetary formation, supporting the idea that Earth's water could have multiple sources. Beyond our solar system, the study of exoplanets and their atmospheres may also shed light on the processes that govern the presence of water on rocky planets. Observations of water vapor in the atmospheres of distant exoplanets hint at the universality of water and the potential for similar delivery mechanisms to those that occurred on Earth. Despite significant progress and a number of supported hypotheses, many aspects of the mystery remain unsolved. Questions persist about the precise contributions of comets, asteroids, and hydrous minerals, as well as the processes that have allowed water to accumulate and persist on Earth's surface. Ongoing research, which combines geochemical analyses, computer simulations, and space missions, continues to refine our understanding and uncover new evidence. The origin of Earth's water is not just a question of scientific curiosity. It has profound implications for the search for life beyond our planet. Understanding how water arrived on Earth can inform the study of other potentially habitable worlds and guide the search for extraterrestrial life. If water is indeed a common ingredient in planet formation, as suggested by the prevalence of water in the solar system, then the chances of finding life elsewhere may be higher than previously imagined. Number 29. The Dybbuk Box. The Dybbuk Box is one of the most infamous haunted objects in modern folklore, capturing the imaginations of paranormal enthusiasts and skeptics alike. Originating from Jewish legend, a Dybbuk is a malicious spirit believed to be the dislocated soul of a dead person. According to tradition, a Dybbuk can possess a living person, bringing misfortune and chaos until it's exorcised and sent back to the spiritual realm. The legend of the Dybbuk Box as we know it today began with a story by Kevin Mannis. In 2001, Mannis purchased an antique wine cabinet at an estate sale in Portland, Oregon. The box supposedly belonged to a Holocaust survivor who had emigrated to the United States. Upon acquiring the box, Mannis began experiencing a series of strange and unsettling events, including disturbing nightmares and unexplained health issues. He later discovered that previous owners of the cabinet had also suffered from similar misfortunes. Mannis decided to sell the box on eBay, where he included a detailed and eerie description of its history and the bizarre occurrences that followed those who had it in their possession. The box was eventually purchased by Jason Haxton, a museum curator, who also experienced a series of unfortunate events once the object was in his home. Haxton's health deteriorated, and he began to suffer from chronic illnesses that baffled medical professionals. Believing the box to be the source of his misfortune, Haxton consulted with rabbis and spiritual advisors, eventually sealing the box and burying it in an undisclosed location. The Dybbuk Box gained significant media attention, especially after it was featured in an episode of the television show Paranormal Witness. Its legend was further popularized by the 2012 horror film The Possession, which was loosely based on Mannis' story. The box's notoriety continued to grow, attracting the interest of paranormal investigator Zach Baggins. Haxton recovered the box and gave it to Baggins, who placed it in his haunted museum in Las Vegas. Baggins' interactions with the Dybbuk Box have been well documented, most notably during his Ghost Adventures series, and a special COVID-era episode in which he claims to have confronted the malevolent spirit contained within. Baggins reported experiencing overwhelming feelings of dread, hallucinations, and physical ailments during his encounters with the box, reinforcing its reputation as one of the most haunted objects in the world. However, the authenticity of the Dybbuk Box has been a topic of debate. In recent years, skepticism has grown, with some suggesting that the story might be an elaborate hoax. Kevin Mannis himself has admitted to embellishing aspects of the box's history, leading some to question the validity of the entire legend. Despite this, the Dybbuk Box continues to fascinate, with believers and skeptics alike drawn to its mysterious and sinister allure. The Dybbuk Box has sparked a wide range of theories that attempt to explain the source of its purported malevolent powers. These theories can be broadly categorized into supernatural, psychological, and skeptical perspectives. Each theory offers a different lens through which to understand the eerie phenomena associated with this infamous object. The most straightforward and traditional theory is that the Dybbuk Box is indeed haunted by a Dybbuk, a malicious spirit from Jewish folklore. According to this belief, the spirit inhabits the box and brings misfortune to anyone who owns it. Proponents of this theory cite the numerous accounts of bad luck, illness, and psychological disturbances experienced by the box's owners as evidence of the Dybbuk's presence. Rituals performed by rabbis and other spiritual figures to contain or exorcise the Dybbuk are seen as necessary to prevent the spirit from causing further harm. Another supernatural explanation is that the Dybbuk Box acts as a portal or conduit to the spirit world. This theory suggests that the box does not just contain a single spirit, but serves as a gateway through which various entities can enter our realm. The disturbances and hauntings are attributed to different spirits that come and go through this portal. This would explain the wide range of paranormal experiences reported by different owners, ranging from shadowy apparitions to eerie sounds and sudden illnesses. A significant psychological theory is that the Dybbuk box's reputation and the stories surrounding it create a powerful suggestive effect on its owners. This theory posits that the owner's belief in the box's curse leads them to unconsciously manifest symptoms of anxiety, stress, and even physical illness. This phenomenon is akin to the placebo effect, where the belief in the box's malevolence is enough to cause real-world consequences. This theory is supported by the fact that many of the box's effects are subjective and vary widely between different individuals. Related to the power of suggestion is the idea of mass hysteria or collective delusion. As the story of the Dybbuk box spread through media and word of mouth, it created a cultural narrative that primed people to experience fear and paranoia when in its presence. This theory suggests that the intense media coverage, including books, TV shows, and movies, has amplified the psychological impact of the box, leading to a shared belief in its supernatural properties. One of the most straightforward skeptical theories is that the Dybbuk box is an elaborate hoax or a piece of performance art. This is lent credence by Kevin Manus's admissions of embellishment to the story he originated. Skeptics argue that the box's story was concocted to create a viral sensation and to capitalize on the public's fascination with the paranormal. This theory is also supported by the commercial success and media attention that the Dybbuk box has garnered over the years. Skeptics also offer mundane explanations for the strange occurrences associated with the Dybbuk box. They argue that the box's supposed supernatural effects can be attributed to coincidence, confirmation bias, and pre-existing health conditions of the owners. For example, the reports of electronic malfunctions surrounding the box could be due to environmental factors like humidity or poor wiring, rather than ghostly presence. This theory emphasizes the need for critical thinking and scientific inquiry when evaluating paranormal claims. Regardless of its origins, the Dybbuk box has become a modern legend, a focal point for discussions about folklore, psychology, and the supernatural. Its story is a reminder of how powerful narratives can shape our perceptions and experiences, blurring the lines between myth and reality. Whether a genuine haunted object or a cleverly crafted tale, the Dybbuk box endures as a source of fascination. Number 28. The Julia Sound. On March 1, 1999, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, recorded an unusual sound in the equatorial Pacific Ocean. The sound, which lasted for about 15 seconds, was picked up by the Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array, a system designed to monitor seismic and volcanic activity in the region. Dubbed Julia by NOAA researchers, the sound was characterized by its eerie, mournful tone, resembling a distant wail or moan. The recording was so haunting that some listeners likened it to the sound of a giant creature crying out from the depths of the ocean. Julia's origins have remained a subject of intense debate and speculation. One of the prevailing scientific theories is that the sound was produced by a large iceberg running aground off Antarctica. The immense pressure and movement of the ice could generate powerful acoustic waves, capable of traveling vast distances underwater. This explanation, while plausible, does not entirely dispel the aura of mystery surrounding Julia, as it leaves room for doubt and further inquiry. Another theory proposes that Julia might be the call of a yet undiscovered marine creature. The depths of the ocean are still largely unexplored, and it is possible that large, unknown species exist in these uncharted waters. Some enthusiasts of cryptozoology, the study of unknown or legendary animals, suggest that Julia could be the vocalization of a giant squid or an even larger, undiscovered sea creature. This idea taps into human fascination with mythical sea monsters and the possibility that the ocean still harbors ancient, elusive giants. In addition to these creature-based theories, some have suggested that Julia could be linked to geological activity. The Pacific Ocean is home to the Ring of Fire, a region known for its intense seismic and volcanic activity. Underwater earthquakes and volcanic eruptions can produce powerful acoustic signals that could potentially explain the sound. These natural phenomena can generate deep, resonant noises as tectonic plates shift and magma moves beneath the ocean floor. However, this theory struggles to account for the unique and almost mournful tone of Julia. Another imaginative theory posits that Julia and similar unexplained underwater sounds, such as the bloop and slowdown, could be evidence of advanced submarine civilizations or even extraterrestrial activity. Proponents of this theory argue that the ocean, with its vast unexplored depths, could conceal advanced beings who might produce such sounds, either intentionally or as a byproduct of their technology. While this theory veers into the realm of science fiction, it captivates those who believe in the possibility of unknown intelligent life forms existing beneath the waves. The mysterious nature of Julia has also led to cultural interpretations that draw on human fears and the mystique of the ocean. Some suggest that the sound could be a manifestation of supernatural forces or ancient mythical beings. This interpretation, while not scientific, resonates with the primal human fear of the deep sea and the unknown entities that might dwell there. The ocean has always been a source of myth and legend, and Julia fits neatly into these narratives as a modern addition to the pantheon of maritime mysteries. The eerie quality of Julia has also inspired various cultural interpretations. In online communities such as Reddit's Thalassophobia, discussions about the sound often evoke a sense of primal fear and wonder. The thought of an immense, unseen force or creature making its presence known through such a haunting cry strikes at the core of our fear of the unknown and the deep sea. Despite the chilling theories and cultural fascination, Julia remains an enigma. The NOAA's hydrophone array, though sophisticated, is limited in its ability to pinpoint exact sources and causes of such sounds. The vastness and depth of the ocean make it a challenging environment for definitive study, and many mysteries, like Julia, may never be fully explained. Number 27. The Taos Hum. The Taos Hum is one of the most perplexing and enduring acoustic mysteries in the world, puzzling scientists, audiologists, and residents alike since the early 1990s. Originating from the small town of Taos in northern New Mexico, this low-frequency humming noise is said to be heard by a small percentage of the population, yet its source remains unidentified despite numerous investigations. The first widespread reports of the Taos Hum began in the early 1990s. Residents of Taos, a town known for its rich cultural history and artistic community, started complaining about a persistent low-frequency noise that could be heard both indoors and outdoors. Descriptions of the hum varied, with some comparing it to the sound of a distant diesel engine idling, while others described it as a low rumbling or droning noise. The phenomenon was quickly dubbed the Taos Hum, and as reports spread, it became clear that only a small fraction of the population, estimated between 2% to 10%, could actually hear the hum. In response to the growing number of complaints, a formal investigation was initiated in 1993, involving scientists from various institutions, including Los Alamos National Laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories, and the University of New Mexico. The team employed a range of techniques, including sound level measurements and psychoacoustic studies, to try to pinpoint the source of the hum. However, despite their efforts, they were unable to identify a definitive cause. No consistent acoustic signal corresponding to the hum was detected, and the phenomenon remained unexplained. Numerous theories have been proposed over the years to explain the Taos Hum, ranging from the scientific to the supernatural. Some researchers have suggested that the hum could be caused by natural geological processes. This theory posits that the interaction of tectonic plates or underground volcanic activity could generate low-frequency vibrations. However, no direct evidence has been found to support this theory in the Taos region. Another plausible theory is that the hum originates from industrial or mechanical sources, such as high-pressure gas lines, electrical transformers, or distant factories. While these sources are known to produce low-frequency noises, thorough investigations of Taos have not identified any industrial or mechanical equipment that could be responsible for the hum heard by residents. Infrasound refers to sound waves with frequencies below the lower limit of human hearing, below 20 Hz. Some scientists speculate that infrasound generated by natural or man-made sources could be responsible for the Taos hum. This theory is supported by the fact that infrasound can travel long distances and penetrate buildings. However, infrasound measurements in the area have not revealed any unusual levels that could account for the hum. Another hypothesis involves electromagnetic radiation, such as that produced by power lines or communication devices. This theory suggests that some individuals may be more sensitive to electromagnetic fields, perceiving them as sound. However, studies have not found any significant electromagnetic anomalies in Taos that could explain the hum. Some experts believe the hum could be a form of tinnitus, a condition characterized by hearing noises that are not caused by external sound sources. Psychological factors such as stress or heightened sensitivity to certain frequencies could also play a role. This theory is supported by the variability in reports of the hum and the fact that not everyone hears it. However, many who hear the hum insist that it is an external sound, not a symptom of a medical condition. As with many unexplained phenomena, the Taos hum has attracted supernatural and extraterrestrial explanations. Some believe the hum could be caused by alien activity or government experiments. These theories, while intriguing, lack empirical evidence and are generally considered speculative. The Taos hum remains an unsolved mystery. Despite extensive research and numerous investigations, no conclusive source has been identified. The phenomenon continues to be reported by residents, and a similar hum has even been documented in other locations around the world, including Bristol in the UK, Largs in Scotland, and Kokomo in Indiana, suggesting it may not be unique to Taos. Today, the Taos hum continues to be a subject of fascination and study. It's inspired artworks, documentaries, and numerous scientific papers, each attempting to unravel the mystery. For those who hear it, the hum is a persistent and sometimes distressing part of their lives. For the scientific community, it remains a compelling challenge, representing the intersection of environmental science, auditory perception, and the limits of human understanding. Number 26. The Phantom Island of Bermea. The mystery of Bermea revolves around the existence and subsequent disappearance of an island once depicted on maps off the northern coast of the Yucatan Peninsula in the Gulf of Mexico. For centuries, Bermea was marked on nautical charts and was even included in official documents, yet today, it appears to have vanished without a trace. This vanishing has puzzled historians, cartographers, and modern researchers alike. Bermea was reportedly a small island, roughly 55 miles, or 88 kilometers, northwest of the Yucatan Peninsula. It first appeared on maps as early as the 16th century, described in detail by European explorers and cartographers. Its name, Bermea, is thought to derive from the Spanish word for reddish, possibly indicating the color of its soil or rocks. Historical records, including Spanish navigation charts and documents, consistently placed Bermea in the same approximate location. The actual mystery centers on why, despite extensive historical documentation, modern searches have failed to locate Bermea. Its consistent presence in historical maps and records suggests that the island was real and known to sailors and explorers of the time. For example, it was included in a 1539 map by Alonso de Santa Cruz, the chief cartographer to King Charles V of Spain. Its presence was also noted in various maritime logs and navigation documents well into the 18th century. The first significant doubts about Bermea's existence arose in the 19th century, when more precise surveying techniques failed to locate the island. By the mid-20th century, Bermea was largely considered a cartographic error, yet the mystery persisted due to its reappearance on some maps and in some official documents. The mystery deepened with the development of modern mapping and satellite technology, which revealed no trace of the island where it was supposed to be. Several theories attempt to explain the disappearance of Bermea. One theory suggests that Bermea never existed and was merely a cartographic error. Early mapmakers often relied on anecdotal reports and rudimentary navigation tools, which could easily result in inaccuracies. These errors could be perpetuated over centuries as maps were copied, referenced, and reproduced, creating the illusion of an island that never was. Another theory posits that Bermea did exist, but was subsequently submerged due to natural geological processes. The Gulf of Mexico is a geologically active area, subject to tectonic shifts, erosion, and sea level changes. It's conceivable that Bermea could have been an island that gradually eroded or sank due to these natural forces. Submerged islands and landmasses are not uncommon in regions with significant sediment deposition and tectonic activity. A more speculative theory involves geopolitical intrigue. In the late 20th and early 21st centuries, the potential for oil exploration in the Gulf of Mexico brought renewed interest in the exact maritime boundaries of the region. Some conspiracy theories suggest that Bermea was intentionally removed from maps to alter territorial claims and favor certain nations in the access of lucrative oil reserves. This theory, while compelling, lacks substantial evidence and remains speculative. Modern efforts to locate Bermea using advanced technology have been extensive but ultimately fruitless. Researchers have employed satellite imagery, sonar mapping, and underwater exploration to search for any sign of the island, but no definitive evidence has been found. The lack of findings has led many to conclude that if Bermea did exist, it has been completely submerged or eroded away. The cultural and historical significance of Bermea adds another layer to its mystery. The island's consistent depiction on historical maps suggests it played a role in the maritime navigation and territorial understanding of early explorers. Its disappearance challenges our understanding of historical cartography and the reliability of ancient maps. Number 25. Screaming for help. At around midnight on November 12, 2019, the area surrounding the 3000 block of 3rd Avenue in Los Angeles was about to be jolted awake. The cause? A chilling sound that no one could ignore. A woman's desperate, blood-curdling screams for help. "Help me! Someone help me!" she was heard screaming. The sound was so intense, so raw, that it sent shivers down the spine of anyone who heard it. Within moments, calls flooded the Los Angeles Police Department, with residents describing the urgency. One of the key pieces of evidence came from an outdoor home surveillance camera. The LAPD released footage captured by a camera on the front porch of a nearby home, owned by a woman who had been standing on her porch when the screams started. The camera's audio was clear, capturing the terror in the screaming voice. But what was even more alarming was what the video showed next. A car speeding away from the scene. Initially, the vehicle was thought to be a Toyota Prius, but further analysis suggested it might actually be a 2003 to 2008 Toyota Matrix. The video showed the car tearing down the street, its headlights blurring into the night as it vanished from sight. The woman on the porch was shaken. She had witnessed something she couldn't quite process. The footage showed her looking towards the direction of the screams, her face full of confusion. Her testimony was crucial. She described a 4-door white vehicle with plastic wrap over the front passenger side window, possibly from a previous accident. In the front passenger seat, she saw a woman with dark braided hair being pulled backward by an unseen assailant. The witness descriptions matched the audio. The suspect, a black male, was heard frantically apologizing, his voice tense and desperate. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The victim, described as a black female, was clearly in distress. As detectives scoured the area and reviewed missing persons reports, they were met with a flood of tips. However, identifying the woman from the chilling audio proved difficult. There were several missing people in the area, but none of their circumstances or descriptions seemed to match the specifics of this incident. The LAPD worked tirelessly, comparing witness testimony to their database, hoping to find a match that could lead them to the woman's identity. The public was urged to help. with the LAPD releasing multiple statements and updates, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. The lack of clear leads was frustrating, but the urgency never wavered. News segments ran the story repeatedly, the haunting screams playing on a loop. As the investigation continued, the LAPD made it clear that they were considering all possibilities. Was it a kidnapping? A domestic incident gone horribly wrong? Or something else entirely? Some have speculated that the incident may have been a hoax, but most believe that there is no evidence to indicate that. To this day, no answers have ever been found. Any information about the incident can be directed to LAPD Southwest Division detectives at 213-485-2197. Number 24. Cassandra Landrum. In the small town of Union City, Georgia, loved ones are still left wondering decades after Cassandra, known as Sandra, Landrum's disappearance on a late September day in 1975. It was an ordinary evening when Sandra left her family's cozy residence to head towards a payphone at a Dairy Queen just half a block from her home. It was a journey she'd made countless times in the past. Little did anyone know that this would be the last time she would set out on it. As dusk settled, 18-year-old Sandra failed to return home. At first, authorities brushed off her disappearance due to her youth, assuming she had ventured off on her own accord in a bid for independence. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, the truth began to settle in. Sandra was gone, and someone unknown may have taken her. Just as the town began to resign itself to the haunting silence of unanswered questions, something changed. Sandra's parents found themselves on the receiving end of a series of anonymous phone calls, each one a chilling reminder of their daughter's unknown fate. The voice on the other end whispered claims that Sandra had met a tragic end. She'd been murdered. Despite exhaustive searches and relentless inquiries, no trace of Sandra Landrum has ever been found, and the anonymous caller has never been identified. Nearly 50 years on, Sandra's fate, potentially hinted at by those eerie anonymous phone calls, remains unknown, and her family still seeks closure. Information about this missing person can be directed to Union City Police Department, 770-964-1333. Number 23. Tiffany Valiente. It was a Saturday evening, July 12, 2015, in the small town of Mays Landing, New Jersey. The Valiente household buzzed with the joy of a double graduation celebration. One of the graduates was 18-year-old Tiffany Valiente, a high school volleyball star with a full scholarship to Mercy College. Standing tall at 6'3", Tiffany was a force on the volleyball court and was admired for her talent, work ethic, and friendly nature. Her dreams were ambitious. She aimed for the US Olympics and, beyond that, was considering a career in the Air Force or in law enforcement. As the evening wore on, the festive atmosphere was marred by an argument between Tiffany and her parents. At around 9:30 p.m., the family's security camera captured Tiffany walking down the driveway into the darkness. This was odd, as Tiffany had always been afraid of the dark. Moments later, her cell phone was found abandoned in the grass. Tiffany never went anywhere without her phone. Tiffany's parents began to worry about their daughter's whereabouts. At 2:30 a.m., the Valiente family's worst fears were realized. Police arrived with the devastating news that Tiffany's partially clothed, barefoot body had been discovered 4 miles away on a desolate stretch of railroad track near mile marker 45. Her body was mangled, the result of a collision with a train. At the scene, they also found an axe with red markings. Despite this finding, the authorities quickly ruled her death a suicide, citing her struggles with her sexual identity as a possible motive. The Valiente family was in shock. The official narrative, that Tiffany had walked barefoot through 4 miles of unlit, remote woods to throw herself in front of an unscheduled train, seemed not only improbable, but absurd. Her fear of the dark made the notion unthinkable. Determined to uncover the truth, the Valientes enlisted the help of experts who examined the case pro bono. They found significant gaps in the investigation. No family members had been interviewed. No psychological autopsy had been conducted to support the theory, and no rape kit had been performed. Critical evidence from the scene had been mishandled, with some items left behind, and others stored so carelessly that they became unusable for DNA testing. Adding to the mystery was the footage from the Valiente's doorbell camera. The grainy video showed Tiffany's last known moments, walking away from her home into the pitch-black night. Things simply didn't add up. Tiffany had had numerous plans for her future. She was scheduled to go to Great Adventure Park the next day, and she was planning to pick up a kitten for her mom's birthday at the end of the month. Her college going-away party was already in the works, and she was excited about starting her college journey. The family argued that these were not the actions of someone planning to take their own life. The Valientes were determined to change the manner of death from to unexplained. They believed that if the case were reclassified, it could reopen the investigation and bring them closer to the truth. They were convinced that Tiffany had not walked into the woods by herself that night. Someone had to have been involved, and they were determined to find out who. A $40,000 reward was announced for information leading to the resolution of Tiffany's death. The family's plea was clear. They wanted answers. A star athlete, full of life and potential, lost under the most inexplicable of circumstances. What really happened at mile marker 45? Any information about Tiffany Valiente can be directed to the New Jersey Office of Attorney General, Criminal Division, 800-277-2427. Number 22. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders. In the summer of 1977, a serene Girl Scout camp in Oklahoma was transformed into a scene of horror that haunts the state to this day. Camp Scott, nestled in a wooded expanse of Mays County, was a retreat that promised adventure and camaraderie. But the dreams of the campers turned into a nightmare when 3 young girls, Lori Farmer, 8, Michelle Goosey, 9, and Doris Milner, 10, were brutally murdered on their first night at the camp. The camp, set against the backdrop of dense forests and meandering trails, had been a beloved summer destination since 1928. Operated by the Girl Scouts, it offered a haven for girls to explore, learn, and grow. That June, a bus from Tulsa's Girl Scout headquarters brought over 130 excited campers, including Lori, Michelle, and Doris. These young campers, eager for a summer adventure, couldn't have known the tragedy that awaited them. Lori, Michelle, and Doris had been assigned to be roommates in the same tent. The night of June 12th was stormy, adding to the eerie atmosphere as the girls settled into tent number 7, which was situated at a secluded edge of the camp near the woods. This would be the last time they were seen alive. The following morning, their bodies were discovered around 150 feet from their tent, shocking the camp, the community, and the nation. The brutality of the crime was appalling. The girls had been raped and bludgeoned, their young lives cut short in an act of unspeakable violence. The discovery set off a massive investigation, with authorities scouring the camp and surrounding areas for clues. They pieced together disturbing signs of a premeditated attack, including a note in a ransacked cabin, found several months earlier and dismissed as a hoax, warning of an intention to kill 3 girls. Suspicion soon fell on Jean Leroy Hart, a local man who was a convicted rapist and escapee from a nearby jail. Hart, a member of the Cherokee Nation who had been living in the area, became a prime suspect in the case. The largest manhunt in Oklahoma history ensued, leading to his capture in April 1978. Hart's trial became a focal point of national attention, but despite the circumstantial evidence and allegations, he was acquitted in 1979. The acquittal did little to quell the speculation and theory surrounding the case. Some pointed to other potential suspects, like William Stevens, a convicted rapist seen near the camp around the time of the attacks. Others pondered the possibility of multiple assailants. The mystery deepened in 1989, when DNA testing confirmed Hart was a potential suspect due to certain genetic markers, but the results were not conclusive enough to close the case, as the markers investigators were able to extract could be linked to several thousand other members of the Cherokee Nation. In 2023, Cherokee citizen Faith Phillips, a novelist, screenwriter, and legal expert living in Locust Grove, brought forward compelling new information. Following a tip from a former Mayes County sheriff, Phillips learned of a man named Buddy Bristol who allegedly confessed to participating in the murders while in prison. According to Phillips, Bristol claimed that he, along with several others, went to the campsite on that fateful night. He asserted that while he was present, another man, whose identity he revealed, was the one who committed the actual murders. Shockingly, the other individuals named by Bristol are still residing in the community. Phillips revealed that one of the men implicated in Bristol's confession is Native American. Consequently, because the crime took place in Locust Grove on the Cherokee Nation reservation, it is now under the jurisdiction of Cherokee Nation law enforcement and is being investigated by Cherokee marshals. Phillips acknowledged the sensitivity of this case for the victims' families, stating that while she does not wish to speak on their behalf, they too have expressed an interest in continuing to work to uncover the truth. This fresh investigation, spurred by new evidence and a legal shift, offers a renewed chance for justice and closure in a case that has haunted the region for over 4 decades. The murders left an indelible mark on the community and the nation. The camp was permanently closed, and the families of the victims were left with unanswered questions. The Oklahoma Girl Scout murders remain a subject of fascination for crime enthusiasts, and a painful, unsolved chapter in Oklahoma's history. Anyone with information is asked to contact the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-522-8017 or email tips@osbi.ok.gov. Number 21. The Nursing Home Fire of Roger Dean. The case of Roger Dean and the Quakers Hill Nursing Home Fire is one of the most tragic and shocking incidents in recent Australian criminal history. Dean, a nurse at the Quakers Hill Nursing Home in Sydney, committed an act of arson that resulted in the deaths of 11 elderly residents on November 18, 2011. The events leading up to, during, and after the fire paint a chilling picture of the man whose actions had devastating consequences for many. Background and Roger Dean's early life. Roger Dean was born in Vietnam in 1963 and moved to Australia with his family as a child. He grew up in a seemingly normal environment and pursued a career in nursing, a profession chosen by many who are dedicated to care and compassion. By 2011, Dean was working at the Quakers Hill Nursing Home, a facility that housed many elderly residents requiring extensive care. Despite his professional facade, Dean had a history of drug addiction, including using prescription medications intended for patients. In the early hours of November 18, 2011, Roger Dean set 2 separate fires in the Quakers Hill Nursing Home. The blaze quickly engulfed the building, trapping many residents who were unable to escape due to their physical limitations. The fire was catastrophic, causing chaos and panic as staff and emergency responders tried to save as many lives as possible. Tragically, 11 residents perished due to the fire, while dozens of others suffered injuries and had to be relocated. Dean's actions during and immediately after the fire added another layer of horror to the incident. He actively misled firefighters and rescuers about the location of residents, hindering rescue efforts. Shockingly, he even gave a news interview shortly after the fire, where he portrayed himself as a hero who had risked his life to save the residents. In the interview, Dean expressed sympathy for the victims and their families, claiming he had tried his best to help during the chaos. This interview aired widely, portraying Dean as a concerned and brave nurse, which later amplified the sense of betrayal and horror when his true role in the fire was revealed. The investigation into the fire quickly revealed inconsistencies and suspicious behavior on Dean's part. Witnesses reported seeing him near the origin of the fire shortly before it started. Additionally, surveillance footage and forensic evidence pointed towards arson. Dean's past, including his drug addiction and previous erratic behavior, further fueled suspicions. During the police investigation, Dean confessed to setting the fires. His motive was allegedly to cover up the theft of prescription medications, which he had been systematically stealing from the nursing home. Roger Dean was charged with multiple counts of murder, and his trial began in 2013. The court heard harrowing testimonies from survivors, families of the victims, and emergency responders. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence of Dean's guilt, including his confession and the premeditated nature of his actions. Dean's defense was unable to provide any substantial justification or mitigating circumstances for his actions. In November 2013, Dean was found guilty on all counts and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. The judge condemned Dean's actions as a heinous and atrocious crime, emphasizing the vulnerability of the victims and the breach of trust inherent in his role as a caregiver. Dean's appeal against the severity of his sentence was subsequently dismissed, reinforcing the life sentences handed down by the court. The Quakers Hill nursing home fire had a profound impact on the community and led to significant changes in fire safety regulations for aged care facilities in Australia. The tragedy highlighted the need for stricter controls and oversight of nursing home operations, including the handling and storage of medications. For the families of the victims, the pain of losing their loved ones in such a horrific manner was compounded by the betrayal of trust by someone who was supposed to care for them. Memorials and commemorations have been held to honor the victims and to ensure that their memories are preserved. The case has prompted numerous discussions and myriad theories about the underlying factors contributing to Dean's actions. Some suggest that his drug addiction played a crucial role, driving him to increasingly desperate measures to conceal the thefts he was committing in his workplace. Others point to possible psychological issues, although these were not definitively established during the trial. The sheer brutality and callousness of Dean's actions continue to puzzle and horrify those who study the case. As of today, Roger Dean remains incarcerated, serving his life sentence. The case is a grim reminder of the potential for evil within even individuals entrusted with the care of some of the most vulnerable members of society. The legacy of the Quakers Hill nursing home fire lives on, both in the improved safety standards it spurred and in the enduring grief of those who lost loved ones in the tragedy. Number 20. The disappearance of the Jameson family. The odd case of the Jameson family has dredged up countless questions since their disappearance on October 8, 2009. This case has sparked some of the most twisted theories in true crime. The family, 44-year-old Bobby Dale, 40-year-old Sherilyn Leanne, and their 6-year-old daughter, Madison Stormy Starr, vanished under mysterious circumstances from their home in Eufaula, Oklahoma. The last known sighting of the family was by a resident living in the mountainous region of southeastern Oklahoma. The family was reportedly in the area to view land they were considering buying. 8 days after they were last spotted, hunters discovered the Jamesons' truck abandoned in a secluded wooded area. Inside the locked vehicle, investigators found a GPS, Sherilyn's purse, Bobby's wallet and cell phone, jackets, $32,000 in cash, and their malnourished pet dog. On the cell phone was a picture of Madison, likely captured the day before they vanished. Strangely enough, it did not appear that the vehicle had been broken into. There were no signs of struggle evident in the area. The truck's GPS suggested the family had made it a ways up a hill a short distance from where the vehicle was found. Following the digital trail, investigators discovered footprints. The next day, a search party of over 300 people combed the area, but yielded no new leads, and eventually the search was called off. 4 years passed, and still no answers, until hunters in the area came across the skeletal remains of 2 adults and a child in the woods under 3 miles from the Jamesons' last known location. The remains were later positively identified as those of the Jameson family. The cause of death could not be determined because of the incomplete nature of the remains and the advanced state of decomposition. According to the state medical examiner, there was no clear evidence of trauma. The examiner's final report deemed the deaths suspicious. The investigation also highlighted 2 items that were never located: a briefcase and Sherilyn's .22 caliber handgun. When they disappeared, neither Bobby nor Sherilyn was working due to disabilities. The source of the $32,000 found in the truck remains unknown and unexplained. Security footage from the day the family left their home added another layer to the mystery. The video showed Bobby and Sherilyn making multiple trips between their car and house in silence while packing to leave. Former Sheriff Israel Beauchamp called their actions trance-like. Even stranger, before they vanished, Bobby confided in his pastor, claiming his house was haunted. He insisted that 2 to 4 ghosts lingered under his roof. Several theories have emerged to explain the Jamesons' disappearance and deaths. Some believe the family became lost or disoriented in the woods and eventually succumbed to hypothermia. However, weather records indicate temperatures were not severe, and their remains were discovered only a short distance from their vehicle. A strange letter from Sherilyn to Bobby, found in the abandoned truck, led to speculation of a possible murder. The letter, described as a hate letter, accused Bobby of being a hermit. A second letter mentioning death was found in their home. Some suggest there was a cult involvement. Sherilyn's mother believes this theory, as after a TV special on the case, a woman claimed a white supremacy group had a hit list that included Sherilyn. Additionally, a witch Bible was found in the Jameson home, though it was reportedly bought as a joke. Others suggest drugs may have been involved, which might explain the Jamesons' strange behavior and the large sum of money. However, no concrete evidence of drug use or dealing was found. The Jameson family's case remains unsolved, with many possible explanations, but no definitive answers. Sheriff Beauchamp summed up the perplexing nature of the case, stating, "With this family, everything seems possible." Number 19. Rebecca Gabriella Nuno. In the historic town of Cedar Hill, Texas, Rebecca Nuno's life changed unalterably on the evening of May 31st, 2005. As work came to an end, the 21-year-old bid farewell to her co-workers as she finished up her shift. Yet for Rebecca, the journey home would become a harrowing ordeal that would leave her loved ones in despair. Her co-worker shortly received a phone call from Rebecca, who whispered a desperate plea. "I've been kidnapped." The call dropped, and then silence. From that moment, 21-year-old Rebecca vanished into the void, leaving behind only suspicion of what had happened to her. She indeed appeared to have been taken against her will, perhaps a victim of human trafficking. She may even have known her abductor. After 2 weeks without answers, another phone call, this time to her parents. The voice was again a whisper, as she insisted they stop looking for her. She spoke in Spanish and would not confirm if she was all right, or if she was even in the US. As investigators hit dead ends, they did arrive at a description of a suspect, a Hispanic male, possibly driving a green Honda or a black Chevrolet truck. She was believed to have been taken either to Florida or to Mexico, but no further traces of her have been found. Information on her case can be directed to Duncanville Police Department, 972-780-5037. Number 18. The Setagaya Family Murders. In the quiet Tokyo suburb of Setagaya, the final days of the year 2000 held a chilling narrative that would etch itself into the history of Japan's most baffling unsolved crimes. The Setagaya family murder, a case that would challenge authorities despite the startling array of evidence left behind, left its mark on the area forever. The grim tale began on the night of December 30th. The Miyazawa family, residing in a rapidly changing neighborhood, lived a seemingly normal life. Mikio Miyazawa, 44, worked for a British marketing company. His wife, Yasuko, 41, was a tutor. They had 2 children, Nina, an 8-year-old second grader, and Ray, a 6-year-old kindergartner. The family's life appeared tranquil, but this facade of normality was brutally shattered just before the new year. On that fateful night, after 11 p.m., an unknown intruder silently infiltrated the Miyazawa home. The assailant's entry was believed to be through the second-floor bathroom window, as it was found open with the screen removed. The proximity of this window to Ray's bedroom led investigators to theorize that he was the first victim, strangled to death in his bunk bed. The intruder then unleashed a ferocious attack on the rest of the family. Mikio was found at the bottom of the stairs, having suffered multiple stab wounds from a dangerously sharp sashimi knife. The brutality of the assault was evident. Part of the knife's blade was discovered lodged in his head, indicating it had broken during the attack. Yasuko and Nina were found upstairs, the mother's body draped over her daughter's. Both had been viciously stabbed, the severity of the wounds leaving Yasuko's bones visible. The following morning, Yasuko's mother, who lived next door, discovered the harrowing scene. The killer had cut the phone line at some point surrounding the attack, so when Yasuko's mother was unable to contact her daughter, she entered the house, only to find an entire family brutally murdered. The perpetrator, dubbed the Goldilocks murderer due to his bizarre actions post-murder, exhibited unnerving behavior as he lingered in the home after his crimes. He indulged in ice cream from the Miyazawa's fridge and used their computer around 1:18 a.m. He even left behind an unflushed toilet containing feces that later provided dietary clues as well as DNA. The amount of evidence the killer left was staggering. Blood-stained clothes, including a blood-soaked baseball shirt, a gray Crusher hat, a cheap plaid scarf, and a jacket remained in the home. The killer had also abandoned black gloves, 2 black handkerchiefs, one used as a makeshift mask, and a gray and black fanny pack. Shoe prints at the scene revealed he wore size 11 white running shoes, a South Korean brand not sold in Japan. According to evidence, the killer likely remained in the family's home until dawn. Forensic analysis painted a detailed picture of the killer. Approximately 5 feet 6 inches tall, slender, right-handed, with type A blood, and between 15 and 35 years old. He had consumed a meal containing string beans and sesame seeds before the attack. DNA suggested mixed Asian and European ancestry, leaning towards Korean or Chinese heritage. Despite the extensive evidence, including fingerprints, bloodstains, and the unmatched DNA, the killer's identity remained elusive. Theories ranged from a random home invasion to a targeted attack, but no concrete motive was ever established. Close to 250,000 yen was found to be left untouched at the scene, which further deepened the mystery. In the aftermath, the Miyazawa house, initially destined for demolition, became a silent witness to the tragedy. Police investigations have spanned over 2 decades, involving over 280,000 investigators and following more than 16,000 tips. Yet the case remains unsolved. The Miyazawa family murder, with its chilling blend of brutality and mystery, continues to haunt Japan. The killer's identity, motive, and current whereabouts remain unknown, leaving a dark shadow over the quiet suburb of Setagaya. Number 17. Scott Radigan. On a chilly January evening in 2020, the town of Ballston in Virginia was plunged into a mystery that would grip the community for years. Scott Radigan, a 24-year-old software engineer, was found unresponsive in his bedroom at his AVA Ballston Square apartment on the evening of January 17. The events of that evening would turn a routine welfare check into a chilling unsolved murder case. The previous day for Scott had been ordinary by all accounts. He had gone to work as usual and had a few casual interactions, but when his family hadn't heard from him and couldn't reach him by phone, they grew concerned. By 5:30 p.m., a worried relative decided to check on Scott in person. The doorbell camera footage captured the relative's arrival. They pressed the doorbell, knocked loudly, and finally used their key to enter the apartment. Inside, they were met with an overwhelming smell of bleach. Pushing open Scott's bedroom door, their worst fears were realized. Scott lay on the floor, his upper body bloodied and showing signs of severe trauma. Panic-stricken, his relative dialed 911 to report the situation. When the paramedics arrived, it was already too late. Scott was pronounced dead by first responders. As detectives from the Arlington County Police Department arrived, the gravity of the situation became apparent. The strong smell of bleach suggested a frantic attempt to clean up the crime scene. Forensic evidence indicated that the perpetrator had tried, unsuccessfully, to cover their tracks before fleeing. Blood spatter was still present at the scene. The doorbell camera footage became a focal point of the investigation. It showed Scott's relatives' arrival, but more importantly, it captured a figure leaving the building around the estimated time of the murder. The footage was grainy, and the person's features were obscured with a mask and hood, but the details were clear enough to provide a crucial lead. The individual was a white male, approximately 5'6" to 5'8", weighing between 150 to 175 pounds. He was dressed in all black, carrying a black backpack, and had a distinctive pigeon-toed gait. This person of interest became the central figure in a case that baffled investigators. The footage was released to the public and examined by both law enforcement and online sleuths alike. Detectives hoped that someone might recognize the unusual gait or recall seeing the individual in the vicinity of the apartment complex. The Arlington County Police conducted a thorough investigation, canvassing the area and interviewing neighbors. Despite these efforts, the case grew colder as time passed without any leads. Desperate for answers, the Radigan family offered a $25,000 reward, which they later increased to $50,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction. But nothing has come of it. Some have theorized that Scott was targeted by someone he knew, while others suggested a random act of violence. But without any further breakthroughs in the case, both theories are, as of yet, unfounded. The search for justice continues, propelled by a community's resolve and the unyielding dedication of friends and family who refuse to let Scott's case be forgotten. Any information regarding Scott's murder can be directed to the Arlington County Police Department's Homicide/Robbery Unit at 703-228-4180. Number 16. Dale Williams. A family outing on a lazy Sunday in Montrose County, Colorado, took a chilling turn on July 4th, 1999. The family noticed a pickup truck submerged in the waters of the lake they were swimming in. Immediately uneasy, they contacted the sheriff's department, not knowing that they would be the first to report what would become the foundations of a complex mystery. The truck belonged to Dale Williams, a pillar of the community and a devoted family man. Dale had vanished without a trace 6 weeks prior, leaving behind many unanswered questions. His absence left the tight-knit town of Nucla, where he owned and operated an auto body shop, reeling. On the night of his disappearance, Dale failed to return home for dinner, which was unlike him. As his wife, Diana, grew more and more anxious, the hours ticked by. When Dale had not returned home by morning, Diana knew something was gravely wrong and began searching for her husband. The first stop was his body shop, where she found things left as if he'd just walked out. The door unlocked, a van with the hood up, tools laying about. As investigators pieced together the puzzle of Dale's last known whereabouts, disturbing details emerged. Dale's last encounter with a family friend, Tammy Lawrence, ended in an abrupt departure which strayed from his usual routine. He said he was on his way to help a stranded motorist, but to Tammy, he seemed uneasy. Pastor Tom Ross, a trusted friend, recounted Dale's final moments at the auto body shop, where a cryptic phone call added to the mystery. Ross recalled Dale saying the caller had broken down about 3/4 of a mile east of the Bedrock, Colorado store. Dale's friends thought it strange that he'd be called for roadside assistance, since Dale was not a mechanic, but he seemed determined to help the stranded motorist. The identity of this caller, perhaps the last person to have seen Dale alive, has never been uncovered. In the aftermath of Dale's disappearance, the community rallied behind his family in an effort to help find him. Their efforts hampered by a series of inexplicable events. Missing posters, plastered across town, vanished without a trace, their disappearance fueling speculation. A surveillance camera captured the image of a shadowy figure, tearing down the flyers with seemingly malicious intent. The man turned out to be a former friend of the couple. His connection to Dale and Diana raised a number of questions. Yet despite their suspicions and his strange behavior, authorities struggled to find concrete evidence linking him to Dale's disappearance. But for Diana, the pieces of the puzzle began to come together. A past altercation with the former friend emerged as a possible motive for Dale's disappearance. Resentment and betrayal. Dale and Diana had helped the man's ex-wife move to another state without his knowledge. Could this be motive enough for murder? Possibly. Underscoring this theory was a strange message delivered to Dale's shop a month after helping the ex-wife move, in the form of torn-up photos of Dale and Diana with their now-divorced friends, along with numerous .22 caliber rounds. And not long after, a .22 caliber revolver was delivered into the Dropbox of the video store Diana worked at. As the question of Dale's fate loomed over Montrose County, Diana clung to some small hope. Yet with no further leads or evidence, authorities have not been able to charge anyone with Dale's disappearance, and his remains have not been found. Information about this missing person can be directed to Montrose County Sheriff's Office at 970-249-9110 or Montrose Regional Crime Stoppers at 970-249-8500. Number 15. Maureen Giteau. Maureen Giteau was a 24-year-old Kenyan woman living in London. She had moved to the United Kingdom with her family in search of better opportunities and a brighter future. Described by her friends and family as joyful, caring, and ambitious, Maureen had her whole life ahead of her. She was working and contributing to her community while dreaming of advancing her career and helping to support her family. Maureen Giteau was last seen on December 5th, 2022. On that day, she left her family home in Lewisham, South London, during her aunt's birthday party, ostensibly to meet friends. However, she never returned, and her family soon became worried. After several days without contact, her family reported her missing, sparking a police investigation. Mark Moody, a 54-year-old man with a troubled past, became the focus of the investigation. Moody had a history of criminal behavior and was known to local authorities. His life had been marked by instability, with a series of low-paying jobs and transient living conditions. Moody and Maureen Giteau were acquaintances, and their paths had crossed several times before her disappearance. He was working as a caretaker at a block of flats when Maureen disappeared. As the investigation unfolded, police used CCTV footage to piece together Maureen's last known movements. The critical breakthrough came when investigators reviewed CCTV footage from various locations around Lewisham. One of the key pieces of evidence was footage showing the moment Maureen met up with Mark Moody on the day of her disappearance. The footage tracked their movements, capturing them at different points in the city. This evidence was crucial in establishing a timeline and connecting Moody to Maureen's last known whereabouts. Further CCTV analysis provided even more damning evidence against Moody. Footage showed him moving a large bin, later identified as the container in which he had hidden Maureen's body. This chilling footage depicted Moody wheeling the bin out of his residence and transporting it to a remote area where he disposed of her body. These clear, time-stamped images were critical in linking Moody directly to the crime. Armed with the evidence gathered from CCTV footage and other investigative work, police arrested Mark Moody. During the subsequent interrogation, Moody's alibis and explanations were inconsistent and failed to account for the damning video evidence. The police charged him with the murder of Maureen Guiteau. The trial was a harrowing experience for Maureen's family and friends, who had to relive the details of her final moments. The prosecution presented a compelling case, heavily reliant on the CCTV footage that tracked Moody's movements and actions. The footage shows Moody with Maureen on the day she disappeared, and it appears as though he lured her to the block of flats at which he worked. Once there, he brutally attacked her, taking her life in a calculated act of violence. After killing Maureen, Moody concealed her body in a large bin, attempting to hide the evidence of his crime. He then meticulously planned and executed the disposal of her body, transporting the bin to a remote area. Mark Moody was found guilty of the murder of Maureen Guiteau. The judge, considering the premeditated nature of the crime and Moody's attempts to cover it up, sentenced him to life imprisonment. The verdict brought some measure of justice to Maureen's family, although it could never fully compensate for their loss. The murder of Maureen Guiteau reminds us of the potential dangers that lurk in society and the importance of vigilance. Her family, devastated by the loss, has called for greater awareness and protection for vulnerable individuals. This case also underscores the vital role of technology in modern policing. The CCTV footage not only helped track Maureen's last movements, but also provides irrefutable evidence that was crucial in bringing her killer to justice. As cities continue to expand their surveillance networks, the ability to solve crimes and provide closure to victims' families improves significantly. Maureen Guiteau's memory lives on in the hearts of those who knew and loved her, and her case is a testament to the relentless pursuit of truth by law enforcement agencies. Number 14. The disappearance of Ettore Majorana. Ettore Majorana was once a name known only to those invested in theoretical physics, but he has since become a well-known figure to those invested in the mysterious and unexplained. Born in 1906 in Catania, Sicily, Majorana seemed destined for greatness in the realm of science. By his early 30s, he had already carved out a reputation as one of the brightest minds in physics, working on neutrino masses and unraveling the complexities of atomic spectroscopy. Yet it wasn't his scientific achievements that many remember, but his inexplicable disappearance in 1938. On March 25th of that year, Majorana purchased a ticket for a ship voyage from Palermo to Naples. It was a routine trip, or so it seemed. He was expected to return to his work at the University of Naples, where he had recently secured a position as a professor of theoretical physics. However, Majorana never completed the journey. Instead, he vanished into thin air. Majorana was not just another physicist. He was a genius in a league of his own. Enrico Fermi, one of the most influential physicists of the 20th century, once remarked, "There are several categories of scientists in the world, but then there are the geniuses, like Galileo and Newton. Majorana was one of these." Majorana's contributions to the field were profound and included the Majorana equation and the prediction of particles, later confirmed to exist, known as Majorana fermions. Despite his brilliance, Majorana was known for his modesty, often considering his groundbreaking work to be merely banal. As Majorana prepared for his ill-fated final journey, he left behind a letter addressed to Antonio Corelli, the director of the Naples Physics Institute. The note was somber and cryptic, suggesting a premeditated departure. Dear Corelli, I made the decision that has become unavoidable. There isn't a bit of selfishness in it, but I realize what trouble my sudden disappearance will cause you and the students. For this as well, I beg your forgiveness, but especially for betraying the trust, the sincere friendship, and the sympathy you gave me over the past months. Soon after, Majorana sent a telegram retracting his travel plans, yet proceeded to board the ship from Palermo anyway. He was never seen again. The note hinted at a profound internal struggle, with Majorana writing vaguely, I ask you to remember me to all those I learned to know and appreciate in your institute. I will keep a fond memory of them all, at least until 11 p.m. tonight, possibly later too. This note of finality deepened the mystery. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged to explain Majorana's disappearance. Some speculate that he took his own life, unable to cope with the immense pressure and expectations of his work. Others believe he may have chosen to disappear voluntarily, seeking solitude in a monastery or adopting a new identity in South America. Indeed, there were reports and supposed sightings of Majorana in Argentina and Venezuela in the years following World War II, but none were definitively confirmed. The intrigue surrounding Majorana's fate was further fueled by his work with prominent physicists like Werner Heisenberg and Niels Bohr, and his pivotal role in early nuclear research. Could his disappearance have been related to the nascent atomic bomb projects? Some even theorized kidnapping or murder to prevent his participation in atomic weapon development. The mystery was compounded by the fact that Majorana withdrew all his money from the bank shortly before his disappearance, suggesting a planned and deliberate act. In March 2011, the Rome Attorney's Office reopened the case, prompted by new witness statements and the discovery of a photograph taken in Argentina in 1955. Analysis of the photograph suggested a strong resemblance to Majorana, leading investigators to conclude that he might have lived in South America subsequent to his disappearance from Italy. By February 2015, the office declared the case officially closed, citing evidence that Majorana had been alive between 1955 and 1959, living in Valencia, Venezuela. They found no criminal evidence related to his disappearance, indicating it was likely a personal choice. Despite the official closure, the mystery of Ettore Majorana remains. His disappearance is not just a tale of a missing person, but a narrative of a brilliant mind grappling with the weight of genius, and perhaps an attempt to find peace in anonymity. Number 13. Brian Dos Santos. On a balmy afternoon in Fort Myers, Florida, Maria de Fatima Ramos dos Santos stood at a bus stop, cradling her 3-week-old son, Brian, in her arms. Beside her, waiting for the approaching bus, stood her friend. It seemed to be a normal day, until something completely unexpected unfolded. The scene was right out of a parent's worst nightmare. A black SUV rumbled to a halt beside them, its windows tinted against the glare of the sun. From within emerged a Hispanic woman, her voice urgent as she sought directions to Pine Manor. Maria and her friend kindly tried to help her. It seemed a simple enough thing to do. And when the bus they were waiting for arrived, Maria and her friend boarded as normal. Little did they know, things weren't normal. The woman in the SUV trailed behind in pursuit. Once they departed the bus, Maria and her friend were greeted once again by the strange woman who seemed desperate. She even offered them money in exchange for guidance. All too trusting, Maria and her friend accepted the invitation, entering the SUV where they began to feel some apprehension. Their gut feeling was warranted. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere shifted as the strange woman drew a knife and ordered Maria and her friend out of the vehicle. As the SUV sped away, Brian remained captive. Before departing, the kidnapper seized Maria's cell phone, leaving behind a cryptic message she left at a local business that said, "Go to Pine Manor. You go to Pine Manor, 11th Street. Oh, okay. But how long will it be before you get here? Because I have to take the girls back. Okay. I'll call you back. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye." The kidnapper called this number twice, leaving investigators to believe she was familiar with it. As the investigation wore on, theories of human trafficking fueled speculation surrounding the search for Brian. In fact, 4 hours prior to Brian's abduction, the same woman in the SUV attempted the same scheme on a grandmother with her infant grandchild. When this attempt failed, she continued in pursuit of another victim. The motive of this kidnapper is still unknown. Was it kidnapping to raise the child as her own? Human trafficking? Detectives still do not know for sure. And 17 years on, Brian's fate remains unknown. Information about this missing person can be directed to Fort Myers Police Department, 239-321-7700. Number 12. Kahira Frazee. On the evening of February 23, 2023, in Beaumont, California, 22-year-old Kahira Frazee, who was 8 months pregnant, sat in a van with her mother and stepfather near the drive-thru of the local Jack in the Box. The three had spent the day together, running errands and preparing for the arrival of Kahira's baby boy, expected in just over a month. It had been a day filled with joy, but that joy turned out to be short-lived. As they approached the fast food restaurant, Kahira asked to get out of the car. Her request was unusual, but her mother, Kara, thought little of it at the time, assuming her daughter needed a break or wanted to stretch her legs. The footage from the Jack in the Box later showed Kahira standing alone, her black jacket and gray sweats blending into the night. Kara and her husband watched her through the car window as they ordered their meal. But when they turned back around, she was gone. Kara's husband jumped out of the car, frantically searching the area around the restaurant. He checked behind bushes, looked down side streets, calling out her name, but there was no response. Their panic rose, and the couple quickly called 911 to report their daughter missing. The Beaumont Police Department initially declared her a voluntary missing person due to her age. For weeks, the family was left in the dark. Kahira's loved ones searched for leads, but there was no sign of the pregnant woman. As investigators pieced together the events of that night, doorbell camera footage from nearby businesses provided a crucial clue. The grainy images showed Kahira walking away from the Jack in the Box, heading south behind a row of businesses. The footage revealed her walking alone, with no sign of distress, which was strange as she was excited about her pregnancy and had no discernible reason to walk away from her life. Kara clung to hope, believing that someone had taken her daughter in and was caring for her and her unborn child. "I believe that she's going to get back home," she told Dateline. God will make a way for her. Despite the lack of evidence suggesting abduction, Kara's faith remained unshaken. As the investigation continued, detectives delved into Kahira's past, looking for any clues that might explain her sudden disappearance. They interviewed family, friends, and acquaintances, but no theories arose. Security footage later released by the Beaumont Police Department showed Kahira walking behind a charter school next to the Jack-in-the-Box, moments before she disappeared from view. This footage was the last visual confirmation of her whereabouts. Kara and her family refused to give up hope. They raised funds to hire a private investigator and created social media pages dedicated to finding Kahira. The public's interest was piqued, and tips began to pour in, but none led to a definitive breakthrough. Despite the extensive search efforts and the family's unwavering determination, Kahira's fate remains a mystery. The Beaumont Police Department has assured the family that they are pursuing every lead. Yet, without clear evidence of foul play or a solid lead on her whereabouts, the case is at a standstill. As another anniversary of her disappearance approaches, the community continues to rally behind the Frise family, their collective hope mirroring Kara's own, a family yearning for answers, and a mother still waiting for her daughter's return. Any information regarding Kahira Frise's disappearance can be directed to the Beaumont Police Department at 951-769-8500. Number 11. The disappearance of Flight MH370. An airplane vanishing into thin air. 239 people just gone. On March 8, 2014, the world witnessed the inexplicable disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight 370, a Boeing 777 carrying 227 passengers and 12 crew members. The aircraft, en route from Kuala Lumpur to Beijing, vanished without a trace, sparking an international search that spanned from the Indian Ocean to Central Asia. The baffling loss of Flight 370 has since become one of the most captivating mysteries in aviation history. Flight 370 departed Kuala Lumpur at 12:41 a.m. local time, climbing to its cruising altitude of 35,000 feet by 1:01 a.m. The aircraft communication addressing and reporting system sent its last transmission at 1:07 a.m. before it was mysteriously turned off. At 1:19 a.m., the final voice communication from the crew was received. Moments later, at 1:21 a.m., the plane's transponder, which communicates with air traffic control, was switched off, just as the aircraft was entering Vietnamese airspace over the South China Sea. By 1:30 a.m., Malaysian military and civilian radars began tracking the aircraft as it made a sharp turn back towards Malaysia, flying southwest over the Malay Peninsula and northwest over the Strait of Malacca. At 2:22 a.m., the plane vanished from Malaysian military radar over the Andaman Sea. Yet, an Inmarsat satellite stationed over the Indian Ocean continued to receive hourly signals from Flight 370 until 8:11 a.m., marking its last known communication. Initial search efforts concentrated on the South China Sea. However, once it was determined that Flight 370 had changed course after the transponder was switched off, the focus shifted to the Strait of Malacca and the Andaman Sea. On March 15th, a week after the plane's disappearance, it was revealed that the Inmarsat satellite had received intermittent signals from the aircraft. While these signals did not provide an exact location, they indicated that the plane could be anywhere along two possible arcs, one stretching south into the Indian Ocean and another north across Asia. On March 24th, Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak announced that the analysis of the final signals by Inmarsat and the UK's Air Accidents Investigation Branch suggested the plane had crashed in a remote part of the Indian Ocean, approximately 1,500 miles southwest of Australia. Given the desolation of the area, the possibility of any survivors was deemed extremely unlikely. The search was significantly hampered by the remoteness of the crash site. In early April, an Australian ship detected several acoustic pings, potentially from the aircraft's flight recorder, around 1,200 miles northwest of Perth, Western Australia. These signals were last detected on April 8th, likely marking the end of the flight recorder's battery life. Subsequent searches using a robotic submarine yielded no debris, and it was later suggested that the pings could have been caused by a faulty cable in the acoustic equipment. The first piece of confirmed debris from Flight 370, a right-wing flaperon, was found on July 29, 2015, on the French island of Réunion, far from the initial search area. Over the following year and a half, 26 additional pieces of debris were discovered on the shores of Tanzania, Mozambique, South Africa, Madagascar, and Mauritius. 3 of these were definitively identified as coming from the missing aircraft, while 17 others were likely to have come from the plane. Damage to some of the debris pieces indicated the plane had not undergone a controlled descent, suggesting it might have plummeted into the ocean. The Malaysian government's final report in July 2018 concluded that mechanical malfunction was improbable and that manual inputs likely altered the flight path. But the reasons for these actions remain unknown. Theories about the disappearance range from catastrophic mechanical failure to deliberate pilot actions. Some speculated hijacking, but no terrorist group claimed responsibility. Investigations into the crew's backgrounds revealed nothing overtly suspicious, although some reports pointed to the pilot's home flight simulator, which had simulated a route over the southern Indian Ocean. This discovery fueled theories of a premeditated act by the pilot. Despite numerous investigations and extensive searches, the mystery of Flight 370 was never solved, leaving the ultimate fate of the plane and its 239 occupants unknown, a dark chapter in aviation history. Number 10. Hit and Run demonstrated the power of collective intelligence and digital sleuthing by solving a tragic hit-and-run case involving Susan Rainwater, a cyclist who was struck and killed while riding her bicycle in Eatonville, Washington. This case highlights how a single piece of evidence in the hands of a determined online community can bring justice to victims and their families. Susan Rainwater was an avid cyclist who was enjoying a ride on a rural road when she was fatally struck by a vehicle that fled the scene. Local authorities found few clues at the crash site, but they discovered a broken piece of plastic among the debris. With little to go on, the case seemed destined to become another unsolved tragedy. However, the story took a remarkable turn when a photo of the broken plastic part was posted on Reddit by a user named Gurotaku in the subreddit r/whatisthisthing. The user asked the community for help identifying the mysterious object, hoping it could lead to the vehicle involved in the hit and run. The Reddit post read, "Found this piece of plastic at the scene of a fatal hit and run. Can anyone identify the car it belongs to?" The post quickly garnered attention, and within hours, car enthusiasts and experts from around the world began to analyze the part. The community's collective knowledge about automobiles became evident as users meticulously examined the shape, texture, and markings on the plastic piece. One user, Zachary2, identified the part as a headlight bezel from a late-model Chevrolet Silverado. This breakthrough was significant. The identification of the vehicle model provided the police with a crucial lead. Armed with this information, investigators began to search for late-model Chevrolet Silverados in the area that might have damage consistent with the hit and run. The Reddit community continued to assist, with some users even using Google Maps and social media to track down possible suspects. Their efforts paid off when the authorities, following up on the tip, located a damaged Chevrolet Silverado that matched the description. The vehicle owner was questioned, and evidence linking the truck to the fatal accident was found. Though Susan Rainwater's loss was still a painful one, her family had answers thanks to the efforts of the online community. Number 9. Deborah Wolfe. Deborah Ann Wolfe, known to loved ones as Debbie, embodied the warmth of a southern summer day. By the age of 28, she had moved from her home state of Arkansas to Fayetteville, North Carolina, where she lived in a lovely log cabin. Here, she cultivated her passion for healing as a nurse at the Veterans Administration Medical Center in Cumberland County. Debbie's compassion knew no bounds. Many remember her as a dedicated and gentle spirit, touching the lives of all who crossed her path. A columnist of the Fayetteville Times hailed her as a beacon of light, a dedicated nurse, a radiant soul, a cherished friend. Yet, in the winter of 1985, a day before Christmas, tragedy struck when Debbie Wolfe disappeared, seemingly into thin air. The first red flag was when Debbie failed to arrive at work. This was completely unlike Debbie, who was a consistent employee and not known to be late or miss a shift without calling ahead. Concern soon rippled through her family, and as dawn broke on the 27th of December, Debbie's absence grew alarming. Her mother, Jenny, accompanied by her husband, John, and a loyal friend, headed to Debbie's cabin for a wellness check. But the cabin stood silent, though her dogs, Morgan and Mason, remained in the yard. Inside the cabin, things were amiss. Her personal items seemed to be in disarray, which was not in line with Debbie's usually orderly ways. A nursing uniform lay discarded, and underneath her bed, Jenny discovered her daughter's purse, also out of place. To put it simply, the scene was odd and suspect. And to add to this scene, a mysterious and unfamiliar voice was heard on the answering machine, delivering a cryptic message. "Hey Deb, missed you here at work today. Just wondering how you're doing. If you're able to give me a call up here at the ward, I'm at, or give me a call at home tonight. You've been out a lot of days. You make me worried when you miss another one. Just want to make sure you're okay. Bye." Jenny wondered about the implications of the message as the search for Debbie began. Time passed, yielding only more questions. Then, on the 31st of December, despair was found at the bottom of a nearby pond. Debbie's lifeless body was discovered in a rusty barrel. Yet, even in death, mysteries lingered. The police began to investigate the death as an accidental drowning, a slip and fall. But Jenny was sure foul play had been involved. Investigators decided to retrieve the barrel the day after removing her body, but when they returned for it, it was gone. Investigators even allegedly denied the existence of the barrel in the first place. This only added to the strange turns in the case. The autopsy further found the cause of death to be drowning, and there were no obvious signs of foul play. However, even this was suspect to some. Several of the telltale signs of drowning were missing, and there was only about half a teaspoon of water in Debbie's airway. Due to the cold water slowing decomposition, medical examiners were unable to determine exactly when Debbie died. Jenny was suspicious for a number of other reasons as well. Not only was the pond shallow and easy to walk out of, The clothes Debbie was found in weren't her own. They included shoes that were a men's size 6, brown corduroy pants that were too big for her, a bra that was the wrong size, and an army field jacket without a name tag. 2 suspects, hospital volunteers who had repeatedly called and harassed Debbie, were questioned, including the one who Jenny believed left the cryptic voicemail on her phone. Each was cleared by police. The case is still officially considered an accidental drowning, though Debbie's loved ones remain determined to see justice prevail. Number 8. Ellen Greenberg. A snowstorm blanketed Philadelphia on January 26, 2011, as 27-year-old elementary school teacher Ellen Greenberg made her way home early due to the inclement weather. Ellen stopped for gas at 1:30 p.m., then returned to the apartment she shared with her fiancé, Sam Goldberg. By evening, her lifeless body would be discovered, igniting a decade-long battle for justice. Sam Goldberg returned to their apartment at around 4:45 p.m. after a gym session, only to find himself locked out. The door was latched from the inside. Growing increasingly frustrated and worried, he texted Ellen multiple times, his messages escalating in urgency. "Hello, open the door," and "You better have an excuse." The message notifications rang out in the silent apartment, but Ellen didn't respond. Frustration turned to desperation as Sam contacted building security, only to be told they couldn't help. In a fit of panic, he forced the door open. What greeted him was like a scene from a nightmare. Ellen lay on the kitchen floor, a 10-inch knife protruding from her chest, surrounded by a pool of blood. Sam's frantic 911 call echoed the sheer horror of what he'd found.
I just walked into my apartment. My fiance's on the floor with blood everywhere.
Police arrived on the scene to find Ellen had been stabbed 20 times, with wounds in her chest, back, and neck. Initially, investigators wavered between and homicide, before ultimately ruling it a. This conclusion stunned her family. How could someone stab themselves as many times as investigators insist that Ellen did? Forensic analysis seemed to deepen the mystery. Only Ellen's DNA was found on the knife and her clothes. The apartment, locked from the inside, showed no signs of forced entry apart from Sam's desperate attempt to get in. The security footage from the building was inconclusive, revealing nothing suspicious. The fresh snow on the balcony was undisturbed, eliminating the possibility of an intruder escaping that way. Further complicating the case were Ellen's recent visits to a psychiatrist. She had been battling anxiety about her career and had been prescribed Klonopin and Ambien, medications known to cause suicidal thoughts. Despite these facts, her family vehemently rejected the ruling. They pointed to Ellen's behavior leading up to her death, filling her gas tank, making a fruit salad, as actions inconsistent with someone planning to end their life. One particularly chilling detail stood out. Some of Ellen's wounds lacked blood, suggesting they were inflicted after her heart had stopped. This, combined with Ellen's multiple bruises at different stages of healing, painted a grim picture. Despite these troubling findings, the official stance remained unchanged. The Greenbergs' quest for justice became a relentless campaign. They fought to have the cause of death reclassified from to either homicide or undetermined. Their persistence led to multiple legal battles, including efforts to obtain and scrutinize the surveillance footage from the apartment complex. While suspicion naturally fell on Sam, he was never arrested or charged in connection with Ellen's death. He moved on with his life, remarried, and started a family. The Greenbergs, however, continue their pursuit, driven by the haunting questions that refuse to fade. What really happened to Ellen Greenberg on that snowy January day? The answer is buried under layers of conjecture and grief. Number 7. Geelong Night Stalker. For 3 months, Geelong, a small town just south of Melbourne, Australia, had been suffering from terror and paranoia. For the past 3 months, the once peaceful streets had been prowled by an unsettling figure the locals dubbed the Night Stalker. By many accounts, his presence was felt more than seen. No one knew his purpose. The Night Stalker never stole anything, nor did he damage property. Yet his mere presence was enough to prompt residents to look over their shoulders. A shadow in the night, he crept through the town and lurked in shadows, unsettling locals. He was captured numerous times on doorbell cameras, wearing a mask that obscured half his face. But who was he? It was in the suburb of Werribee that the first significant breakthrough came. Scott Holbrook, a security professional from nearby Rippleside, had invested in a high-tech night vision camera after hearing rumors of the Night Stalker's activities. One night, his precaution paid off. The camera captured footage of a man, his face unmasked, testing the locks of several properties. Scott couldn't believe his eyes when he reviewed the footage. Reported by the Daily Star, he told reporters, "He seems to be snooping. He moves around quite nonchalantly with his hands behind his back." The footage showed a man in his late 30s who could easily blend into a crowd. He had a casual demeanor, moving with purpose but without urgency. What was unusual about this footage was that it captured him without the mask that usually helped obfuscate his identity. The revelation sent waves of both relief and renewed fear through the community. Relief that they finally had a face to associate with the terror, and fear because now it was clear this man was meticulous, calculating, and deliberate in his actions. And still, his identity remained unknown. Former FBI profiler Mike King weighed in on the situation, saying the suspect was likely preparing to commit a more serious crime than trespassing or peeping. He wasn't a random prowler. He was a predator, systematically scoping out the area, possibly looking for weaknesses, or worse, his next victim. The profiler's analysis confirmed what many had feared. The Night Stalker was likely to escalate. Another piece of Night Stalker footage, however, provided a moment of unexpected levity. In the dead of night, as the Night Stalker crept up a driveway, he was unceremoniously chased off by a small but fierce dog. The grainy video showed him bolting, his fearsome facade shattered by a tiny pup. This clip, while amusing, ultimately did little to quell the underlying fear in the community. The Night Stalker's invasion of privacy is deeply disturbing, and his motive remains unknown. Local police have been inundated with tips following the release of the doorbell camera footage. They have scoured through the information, hoping to find clues to the Night Stalker's identity and intentions. Victoria police have assured the public they are taking the matter seriously, but so far, the man remains elusive. Though there has been little news of the Night Stalker lately, the residents of Geelong find themselves living in a state of heightened vigilance. Every creak in the night, every shadow passing by a window could be him. And with each passing day, the idea that he might escalate still hangs heavy in the air. In the quiet of Geelong, the silence is deafening. All eyes watching, all ears listening for the return of the Night Stalker. Any information about the identity of this suspect can be directed to Crime Stoppers at 1800-333-000. Number 6. Justin Bergwinkle, an ambitious recruit to the United States Army. Private Justin Bergwinkle had aspirations that reached beyond the confines of ordinary service. His heart was set on making it into the elite Rangers, a position for those with unusual dedication and ambition. Armed with high scores in army tests and a mastery of languages, particularly Korean, Justin seemed destined for greatness. But fate had other plans. 3 years into his service, while stationed at Fort Ord in Monterey, California, Justin vanished without a trace, his disappearance sending shockwaves through the military community. 3 long months passed before a breakthrough emerged, or so it seemed. Justin's car surfaced in the parking lot of a motel. Locked inside were his keys, wallet, credit cards, and military ID. Yet there were no clues as to where Justin may be. Closest to him at the time was his girlfriend, Yolanda Antunes, who noticed a gradual shift in Justin's demeanor in the weeks leading up to his disappearance. His behavior grew increasingly erratic, marked by clandestine meetings and secrecy. She wondered if this had something to do with his military work, or if there was something more sinister he was hiding. Justin's visits to Yolanda, who attended Santa Clara University, about 80 miles away from Fort Ord, revealed glimpses of a double life. Mysterious, sudden trips back to Monterey with a briefcase hinted at something amiss. Soon, Justin's behavior spiraled further, culminating in a strange phone call involving a cryptic message signaling the end of an unknown mission. Yolanda had been the one to pick up. "The mission's off," a stranger's voice said. When Yolanda questioned him, the voice responded, "Just tell him the mission's off." When Yolanda confronted Justin, she was met with defiance and evasion. He then returned to Fort Lewis after buying handguns and ammunition, but he failed to show up and was reported AWOL. He resurfaced at Yolanda's apartment, making cryptic references to the Hollywood thriller White Sands, which centers around international arms smuggling. This offered little solace to Yolanda, as he resumed his secretive trips to Fort Ord. She encouraged him to call Fort Lewis, where he was still considered AWOL. Although he did call and state that he was planning to return, he never did. And then, again, he vanished. Months passed without any contact. There were no leads until Justin's car was found. Amongst the evidence were his military dog tags. Yolanda recalled a moment with Justin where he explained what the dog tags were used for. According to her, he said, "Well, when a soldier dies, they put it in his teeth so you can identify him. If you ever see these, lying around, that means I'm dead." The memory resonated, leaving her and everyone with so many questions. Was Justin involved in some undercover work? Was he entangled in an illegal operation? Or had he gone out of his mind? What's more, was he dead or alive? To this day, Justin Bergwinkle has never been found. Information about this missing person can be directed to Monterey Police Department at 831-646-3830. Number 5. Machete-wielding lady. On a Friday night in July of 2023, in Anfield, Liverpool, England, Susan Blackburn lay awake in bed with an uneasy feeling she couldn't explain. The night had been almost unnaturally quiet, until a jarring bang downstairs broke through the silence. Like an alarm, her dogs erupted into barks. Susan's heart raced as she climbed out of bed, moving cautiously towards the source of the sound. Her 2 daughters were sound asleep in their rooms. She tiptoed downstairs, the barking dogs following her closely, their ears perked and eyes wide. Susan scanned the rooms downstairs, searching for the source of the noise, but everything seemed in place. Puzzled, she attributed the sound to something mundane, a dropped item, or perhaps a gust of wind knocking something over. She tried to calm the dogs, then returned to bed, willing the disturbance from her mind as she fell back to sleep. It wasn't until the next afternoon, at around 4 p.m., that Susan discovered the true horror of what had happened. She was in the living room when she heard the sound of a car outside. Instinctively, she reached for her phone to check her Ring doorbell app, expecting to see a delivery or a neighbor passing by. But the app wouldn't connect. Frustrated, she tried again, only to see a frozen image, her last recorded video. With a sinking feeling, Susan played the footage. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scene unfold. The video showed a woman, her face obscured by the hood of her jacket, walking up the driveway. In her hand, she held a large machete. Susan watched in horror as the woman approached the doorbell camera, raising the blade high. With a swift motion, she sliced the camera from its mount, the screen going black immediately after. Susan stared at her phone. The reality of what she had narrowly missed the previous night hit her hard. It was like something out of a horror movie, she later recounted to the press. I just couldn't believe what I had just seen. She recalled the bang she'd heard around midnight, the sound that had jarred her from her sleep. It hadn't been something falling inside the house after all. It had been a stranger doing something much more alarming. Susan shuddered at the thought of what could have happened if she had confronted the intruder. She checked the rest of the house for signs of a break-in, but found nothing amiss. The woman had taken the doorbell camera and vanished into the night. Susan immediately reported the incident to the police. The local neighborhood team responded quickly, identifying the weapon from the footage as a cane machete. A spokesperson from the Merseyside police urged anyone with information about the incident to come forward, emphasizing the importance of community vigilance. As the news spread, neighbors shared their own concerns. The incident left everyone on edge, each wondering if they might be the next target. Susan has installed a new doorbell camera and additional security measures, hoping to restore a semblance of safety to the family home. But the image of the woman with the machete remains vividly in her mind. The machete-wielding lady has never been captured, and her motive remains unknown. Number 4. Michaela Bali. On the morning of April 12, 2016, in Yorkton, Saskatchewan, 16-year-old Michaela Bali was going through her usual routine, unaware that this day would mark the beginning of a mystery that still haunts her family. Michaela was a shy and quiet girl, known for her love of the violin and her involvement in her high school's drama club. Her mother, Paula, had noticed Michaela's recent strides in confidence, making the day's events even more baffling to her loved ones. Michaela's day started at home, where her grandmother drove her to school, arriving between 8:10 and 8:20 a.m. CCTV footage captured her putting a binder in her locker at 8:21 before she exited the school through the back entrance at 8:30. This decision to leave school so early was the first sign of the unusual path Michaela was about to take. After leaving school, Michaela's movements were pieced together through hours of surveillance footage and witness accounts. At 8:40 a.m., she was seen at Terry's Pawn and Bargain, attempting to pawn a silver ring, but the young woman left without making a deal. Minutes later, she was at the local TD Bank, withdrawing $55 from her account. From there, she headed to a nearby Tim Hortons and Wendy's restaurant. The cameras inside the restaurant recorded her buying a drink and sitting alone at a table. She appeared to dismantle her phone and then reassemble it, puzzling behavior that hinted that something wasn't quite right. Over the next few minutes, she left and re-entered the restaurant multiple times, her movements increasingly uneasy. Around 9:10 a.m., Michaela left the restaurant and circled the block, returning at 9:49 a.m. She sat at another table, using her phone repeatedly. She sent a text message to a friend at 10:12 a.m., stating, "Hey, I need help," only to follow it up with, "Never mind, I figured it out." At 10:43 a.m., she struck up a brief conversation with an older woman, asking for help renting a hotel room, which the woman declined. Michaela then left the restaurant for the last time. This was the beginning of the most troubling segment of her day, as her next movements were only partially captured. Cameras later showed her walking west on Broadway Street East, then briefly down 7th Avenue, before returning to Broadway Street East. At approximately 11 a.m., she inquired about bus schedules at the local STC bus depot, but the next bus to Regina wasn't until 5 p.m. She left without buying a ticket. By 11:59 a.m., she had returned to her school and briefly met with friends in the cafeteria, claiming she had plans to travel to Regina. After leaving school at 12:03 p.m., Michaela was seen at the Trail Stop restaurant, part of the bus depot, where she had lunch. She was last spotted between 1 and 1:45 p.m. at a nearby bus stop. The security footage from this area provided the last known images of Michaela, who then vanished without a trace. Despite extensive searches, interviews, and media coverage, no definitive clues about Michaela's fate have emerged. Her disconcerting behavior on the day she disappeared only added to the mystery. Her phone was turned off the next morning, and her social media accounts went silent. She simply seems to have vanished. Any information about Michaela's case can be directed to 306-641-9436. Number 3. The Phantom Barber of Pascagoula. In the year 1942, the small town of Pascagoula, Mississippi, found itself in the grip of a peculiar and unsettling mystery. This was the year of the Phantom Barber, who left the town's residents in a state of fear and bewilderment. This unusual intruder's modus operandi was not theft, and did not begin with violence in the traditional sense, but something far stranger. He broke into homes late at night to cut the hair of sleeping women and girls, leaving behind nothing but locks of hair as evidence of his presence. The Phantom Barber's reign of bizarre terror began in earnest in mid-June 1942. In a single week, 3 young girls became his victims. 11-year-old Mary Evelyn Briggs and 12-year-old Edna Marie Heidel were the first to experience this strange intrusion. They were asleep in their room at the Our Lady of Victory's convent when an unknown person entered and snipped off chunks of their hair. The next victim was 6-year-old Carol Petty, who awoke to find a lock of her blonde curls had been cut, with the only clue left behind being a sandy footprint left on an empty bed in her room. The community was understandably alarmed. Police Chief A.W. Ezel was perplexed, admitting he couldn't fathom the motivation behind such odd crimes. In response, the police offered a $300 reward for information leading to the capture of this elusive barber, later increased to $400 with contributions from local businesses and officials. Despite increased patrols and relaxed Army dim-out regulations, the Phantom Barber seemed to move through Pascagoula after dark with ease, his identity and intentions a complete mystery. The situation escalated when Miss R.E. Taylor became the Phantom Barber's next victim. Unlike the young girls, she was an adult woman who reported feeling something pass over her face in the night. She woke up to find her hair cut and suspected that chloroform had been used to keep her unconscious during the act. The community's fear intensified when on the night of June 13th, Mr. and Mrs. Terrell Heidelberg were brutally attacked in their home. They were beaten with an iron pipe while sleeping, a violent escalation that differed from the Phantom Barber's previous haircutting intrusions. This attack led to speculation that the Phantom Barber was evolving into more violent crimes. In late July, the police arrested William A. Dolan, a 57-year-old chemist, in connection with the Phantom Barber crimes. Dolan, who had previously been arrested for trespassing and had disagreements with the Heidelberg family, became a prime suspect. Human hair was reportedly found behind his house, and authorities speculated that his actions were intended to demoralize war workers, possibly due to alleged sympathies towards Germany. Dolan was charged with attempted murder in connection with the attack on the Heidelbergs, but was not charged for the haircutting incidents. His arrest brought temporary relief to the town, but he maintained his innocence. Eventually, he was convicted and sentenced to 10 years in prison, only to be released 10 years later after a review of his case. The question of whether William A. Dolan was indeed the Phantom Barber of Pascagoula remains unanswered. His association with the case continued, especially as the late-night haircutting incidents ceased after his arrest. Despite this, the Phantom Barber case remains officially unsolved, a peculiar footnote in the history of Pascagoula, leaving behind a legacy of fear, intrigue, and unanswered questions. This bizarre series of events remains a topic of speculation and mystery, a strange chapter in the history of American crime. Number 2. Metta Valentine. Metta Valentine was last seen on October 28, 2014. The surveillance footage from that night shows 42-year-old Metta, a choir director and secretary at Deliverance and Praise Church of Worship, walking briskly towards her apartment at the Sycamore Park complex off Old Wilmington Road. She had just attended a community watch meeting and seemed in a hurry to get home. Approaching the complex, she stopped, staring at the parking lot for a few seconds, then broke into a run toward her building. As she turned the corner, a man exited a vehicle in the parking lot and pursued her. The man was later identified by police as Reginald Jamal McDowell, Metta's ex-boyfriend. The next day, Metta was reported missing when she failed to show up for a family event. The Fayetteville Police Department's homicide unit immediately suspected foul play and took over the investigation. Despite the lack of a body, investigators maintained their belief that McDowell was involved. He was initially cooperative with the police, but then he vanished, and with him, so did any hope of finding Metta alive. For years, Metta's family lived in a state of limbo, their hopes of finding their loved one repeatedly dashed. McDowell, a man with a violent past, had a history of terrorizing Metta. In 1999, he kidnapped Metta from her home, along with her then-boyfriend, Kenneth D. Thompson. Thompson was tied up and locked into the trunk of Metta's car. McDowell was later charged with 2 counts of first-degree kidnapping, 1 count of first-degree burglary, and 1 count of shooting into an occupied vehicle. After serving 10 years of his 15-year sentence in prison, McDowell was released in 2011. As often happens with abusive relationships, Metta and McDowell began seeing each other again after his release, but she ended it once again on October 16, 2014, just 11 days before her disappearance. Then, on February 9, 2024, a breakthrough. Investigators received new information that led to warrants being issued for McDowell's arrest on charges of first-degree murder and first-degree kidnapping. Despite the issuance of warrants, McDowell remained elusive. He was believed to be hiding in the New York City area. The police urged McDowell's friends and family to convince him to hand himself over, stressing that he was considered armed and dangerous. Metta's family, who had waited almost a decade for justice, clung to the hope that McDowell would be caught. They remembered Metta as a devoted mother and a source of light and happiness in their lives. Her absence was a void. Only justice could fill it. As the search for McDowell intensified, the police released the surveillance footage to the public, hoping that someone might recognize McDowell and provide a tip that could lead to his capture. The video showed Metta's final moments, the sudden terror as she realized she was being followed, and the desperate sprint for safety that she never reached. The image of McDowell chasing her was grainy but unmistakable. The Fayetteville Police Department has worked tirelessly, following leads and reaching out to law enforcement agencies in New York. The public was reminded of the danger McDowell posed and the importance of bringing him to justice. For Metta Valentine, a woman who had dedicated her life to her family and her faith, justice is long overdue. Her family's grief is compounded by years of uncertainty, but they remain hopeful that McDowell will be found and held accountable. And yet, as of 2024, Reginald McDowell's location remains unknown. Any information regarding Metta Valentine's case or the whereabouts of the suspect can be directed to Detective M. Ballard at 549-7326 or Crime Stoppers at 483-TIPS 8477. Number 1. Stephen McDaniel interview. Lauren Giddings was born on April 18, 1984, in Laurel, Maryland. She was a bright, ambitious, and compassionate individual, known for her dedication to her studies and her genuine care for those around her. Lauren attended Agnes Scott College for her undergraduate studies, where she developed a passion for law. Following her graduation, she moved to Macon, Georgia, to attend Mercer University School of Law. At Mercer, Lauren excelled academically and formed close bonds with her classmates. She was actively involved in various school activities and was well respected by her peers and professors. Lauren's dream was to become a successful attorney, and she was on the cusp of realizing that dream when she was last seen on June 25, 2011. She had recently graduated from law school and was preparing to take the bar exam. Her friends and family became concerned when they couldn't reach her over the following days. Lauren's friends went to her apartment on June 30th to check on her, noticing her car parked outside and her door locked. They called the police, who conducted a welfare check. Upon entering Lauren's apartment, the police found it eerily tidy, with no immediate signs of a struggle. However, a foul odor led them to a nearby trash bin, where they discovered Lauren's dismembered torso. This gruesome discovery confirmed her loved one's worst fears and launched a full-scale investigation into her murder. Stephen McDaniel, a neighbor and former classmate of Lauren's, quickly became a person of interest due to his proximity to Lauren and his unusual behavior. McDaniel was an introverted and eccentric individual, often described as socially awkward and reclusive. Despite this, he managed to perform well academically. He lived in the same apartment complex as Lauren, and their paths crossed frequently due to their shared classes and proximity. Unbeknownst to many, McDaniel had developed a disturbing obsession with Lauren. He harbored dark fantasies about her and secretly stalked her for months. McDaniel's obsession escalated as he began to spy on Lauren through her windows and even broke into her apartment on multiple occasions. His fixation on Lauren was a well-guarded secret, masked by a quiet and unassuming demeanor. During the initial investigation, McDaniel gave a televised interview where he pretended to be a concerned friend. In the interview, he expressed shock and sadness over Lauren's disappearance. However, his apparent nervousness and evasive answers raised suspicions. The pivotal moment in the interview came when the reporter informed McDaniel that a body had been found. McDaniel's reaction was one of visible shock and fear as he struggled to maintain his composure. This reaction further fueled the investigators' suspicions and the public's intrigue. Police searched McDaniel's apartment and found significant evidence linking him to the crime. Among the items discovered were packaging for a hacksaw, latex gloves, and explicit photographs of children. Additionally, McDaniel's internet search history included queries on how to commit murder and dispose of a body. Faced with overwhelming evidence, McDaniel initially denied any involvement. However, he later confessed to the murder of Lauren Giddings. He detailed how he had broken into her apartment on the night of June 25, 2011, and attacked her while she was sleeping. After strangling Lauren to death, McDaniel dismembered her body in an attempt to conceal his crime. His confession revealed the depth of his obsession and the premeditated nature of the murder. Stephen McDaniel was charged with the murder of Lauren Giddings. In 2014, he pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The court proceedings brought some measure of closure to Lauren's family and friends, though the pain of her loss remains. The judge condemned McDaniel's actions as a heinous and calculated crime, emphasizing the breach of trust inherent in his role as a neighbor and classmate. Since his conviction, Stephen McDaniel has been serving his life sentence in a Georgia state prison. In 2015, he appealed his sentence, arguing that his confession was coerced and that he had not been properly advised of his rights. The appeal was dismissed, with the court finding that McDaniel's confession had been given voluntarily and that his rights had been upheld throughout the investigation and trial. McDaniel will likely spend the rest of his life behind bars. He remains a figure of public fascination and revulsion, with his news interview and the video of his police interrogation both going down in internet infamy.